Hello, hello. Welcome back to another fantastic Friday. And this time I am not short on things to say because we've got a packed, not a house, but a packed agenda, a packed stream, if you will, because I'm going to be joined here, or I am being joined by B Wolf, who is I met him during when Legends was still in full swing, and he's been, huge support for Tesla, for the game. He's a great player in his own right. I believe he was saying he's had a guest spot with Daraloth. He's another Tesla player there. But anyway, without further ado, Beowulf, you're here. We're not only going to talk about Tesla to start off with, but then we're going to transition into the next up game, which is Eternals, the card game. But for now, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. Okay, just to make sure. I always forget to do that. Okay. So you sent me moments ago. We were talking about the Eternals card game that we'll be getting to, but then you sent me a link to a video about the Tesla, the Elder Scrolls Legends. What is it? Is it Rebirth? Is that what it's being called? Or Resurrection? Or
yeah, I think it's called the Rebirth. Yeah,
Rebirth.
It's this guy Remnant doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, tell a little more, because I don't really know much about it. I've seen the links, but I don't know too much. So kind of explain to them what you were explaining to me about exactly. Like, they're not building this game from scratch, that they actually have the legitimate resources or attributes from the actual game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no expert at this, but the way I understand it anyways is that they're basically the original client. They're using the original client, which is still available even on Steam through some hidden pathways. And they're essentially pretending to have a server in between, and they're prompting the original client. So that is why, when people ask for like new features or extra features, that's likely going to be very hard to do. It's hard enough to just basically rebuild what was there. And I think that's what they're doing, right? So I think the goal is to download the original client, but then use a new server, which is the part that is now missing, to basically just replay the old stuff. And then that's how they are rebuilding all these new features. In the latest video, we see them, okay, now Bargrove is working, or as they rebuilt the different mechanics, right? And it sounds like we're pretty close to alpha coming out soon here. I'm not sure what it means exactly, but I think at this point they have a lot covered. So I'm very excited about it. And they do this all for free. People are asking if we can support them somehow. And I think Renyan's answer was, we're just working on dreams and hopes or something like that. I thought that was really cool. And I think in part this may be because, in case Bethesda should decide to axe this, which I think would be a really stupid move, at least they can say, hey, nobody made any money here. This is a true fan effort. So I hope we're not going to get any bad surprises there. But yeah.
Well, I'll go ahead and we'll show them. So I'm going to show them the clip you sent me from his channel there, which y'all can see. Oops. There we go. It's Renian. That's actually I think it would just be at Renian. Is that right? Let me see.
I believe so. Yeah.
I'll put that in the chat there, at Renian. Nope. There's another Renian. It's got some anime connotations there. All right. Well, I'll just put the link in chat. There we go, for the actual video. And so we'll just go ahead and play it for you real quick, or at least a good chunk of it, just so that you all can see exactly how awesome it is. And it really does feel like it's being brought back from the dead. 50 years.
Harbor Freight has been a reliable source for the widest.
These elements. Here we go.
Yeah. It's this is the 5th update, so I'd recommend you go back to the first one if you haven't seen this yet. I'd imagine most people here have already seen this, but if you haven't, go check it out. And I think the main goal for us here is to just promote it and boost it. What an amazing effort by, I think it's basically 2 people. I think Renian started it, and I think then he got some help from somebody else that I'm linking the name now. I apologize. That helps out with some of the front end stuff.
Well, I'm seeing an island gift bearer, which, oh no, and then we got March. Okay, never mind. This is all. I thought that just happened to be a very cool Legends themed name that this other person took, but he's playing the computer, I guess. Savvy Guild Master. That kind of
yeah, you can see he's kind of in test mode there, and testing out the different new mechanics. So you see here, double cards is now working. Manic Jack being the representative here, and yeah, it's very exciting just to see it. I was talking earlier to Brave, and I was telling her, wow, it's crazy how much you miss a game. And as I said to you, a big part of that is the community, right? So I can't wait personally to do this and play with some of our good friends again.
Yeah. Like I said, it seems like the only hurdle or the only big thing will be figuring out how to get people in a match. Because obviously, well, it doesn't seem like we'd be able to have ladders or anything, but just a one-on-one game with pretty much the full complement of cards, I think would be more than enough for most of us.
Yeah, I think he did show off ranking earlier in this update, so there is some of that. And I don't know. Rewards are working, so I'm not sure how that will pan out. But go ahead.
No. Continue, please.
They had one mode that they showed off where earlier in one of the earlier updates that I thought was hilarious, that I would have wished actually we would have had in Tessel, which was literally random cards, right? So you play your opponent and you literally get a completely random deck. And I thought that was kind of funny, right? To do that, it would be a fun play mode. I don't think we're gonna get that here, but I thought that was kind of funny.
Well, I guess you could do something similar if you did like an autocomplete deck and you just didn't look at it. So would that be in effect?
Yeah, in essentially, right? I think we had that idea at some point, and I thought that was cool too. I don't know if it was you and Eno or whoever it was, but I thought that would be a super fun idea or maybe just pick like 5 cards, right? You get to pick 5 cards, and then you have it autocomplete, and then you play each other, right? So I always liked that mode. Arena went in that direction to some degree, and didn't get the love it deserved, I often felt. Because it's nice every once in a while to do that, right? If you look at Magic the Gathering, I think right now one of the most popular formats there is, they call it Brawler. I'm no expert anymore at Magic the Gathering. I'm one of those guys that used to play with the real cards.
Old school.
Yeah, I'm old, yeah.
Old school, not old.
Yeah, old school. You said it right. But part of the magic there is that you only get 1 copy. It's sort of a singleton format with some additional rules around it. So I think that just keeps it fun and it avoids running into the same Telvanni or Invade or whatever it is that you hated. So yeah.
I guess that is the only downside. But like you were saying there, it sounds like essentially it's like remapping asset. Obviously, it's far more complicated and time consuming than that. But it's like they're having to just kind of remap, reconnect. Like if anybody does like editing, like Premiere, if you move files, you can have the timeline, but you have to remap every clip, every asset in there if you move it to a directory where Premiere doesn't know where it is, which is incredibly time consuming, but you're not having to recreate it. You're just having to remap it, redirect it there. So it looks like that's what they're doing. And like you're saying, that does make any kind of changes, since it's not just completely raw, they can really only work with what's already there to some degree, which is fine. It's just, I would like to think just kind of like the community we had at the end where you just had players that just were like, okay, this is an element that can be easily abused, so I'm not going to abuse it. And you move on with your playthrough. But just seeing all these cards again. Yeah, I knew that once it was gone, I was going to be like I was going to eventually just be all sad about it. But this is, oops, sorry folks, I had the window minimized there. Some folks, they're talking about it. I think honestly, like Ugnip was saying, they couldn't make enough money on it. I think the big thing, one, they didn't have Humble Bundle. So that was a downside there, Ugnip. But the other thing too, that maybe they didn't realize, no research, but you can't just put like almost any other game for the most part, unless you have DLC. Once it's out and it's bug free, you're done. Like you don't have to touch it anymore. This kind of game, you have to make it you have to keep refreshing it with new cards and new stuff like all the time, almost on the regular. And so I think it was probably more of a continual, what you want is people to subscribe to it or to buy it and then keep pumping money into it and not have to put out any more effort. But it's like, no, every, 4 months or 3 months or whatever it was, they're having to create all new cards, go through balancing and buy the art and all that kind of stuff. And that's an expense, ongoing expense.
Yeah. It costs money for sure. And I thought it was sort of a curse and a blessing with Tessel, right? Because on one hand, playing Legends or dipping my feet into Magic the Gathering arena, there is something to continually having new cards and also having the rotation of certain sets. It keeps it fresh, right? Like you maybe, to translate into Tessel, Telvanni would be the thing for 3 months and you really hate that mechanic. Well, just wait a little bit. Next 3 months, it'll be something, right? And so that was good. On the other hand, it was kind of nice to have it closed, right? And it was a very calm, I don't know how to describe it, but it was a very calm sort of environment. And still a lot of players, better deck builders than I, would continue to find new things to combine, mechanics or whatnot. So I was very impressed. By the way, Maker 83 is helping Remnant, so I want to make sure we name him as well. Didn't want to leave him out. I just couldn't remember the name.
Oh, so. Denise pointed that out. Say it one more time, because I pulled up Eternals and the sound blew me out. What was it again?
It was Maker 83.
Okay, there I see it there. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Alrighty.
So kudos to both Maker 83 and Remnant. Amazing effort to anybody that wants to hear this. I think amazing work.
Yeah, absolutely. And whenever it does hit, I mean, want to give it as much center stage as possible. Like I said, I don't know if we'll be able to spectate, but if nothing else, just play the heck out of the game and point people to, and maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things, like you were saying, from a legal standpoint and everything, maybe any overt, compensation wouldn't be there, but just like hey, you just strike me as an amazing person, start a Patreon and I might just contribute to your amazing personness. But this is great.
Yeah, I think they deserve it. And I think the community at this point, there's so many I talked to that would be totally, or would have been even before, totally willing to pay some money to keep Tessa alive. But the problem is we're just not enough, right? If you're realistic about it, even if every single one of us would have paid $10, and let's assume there were still 2,000 players that would pay, which I don't think would, that many. But let's just say, I mean, you can do the math. It's not really enough money when you think about the server upkeep and keeping everything moving. It's.
But and I wish they would have and that was what kind of was the really sketchy thing to me about the whole situation is if there was a true desire to save it, like if they really wanted to keep it around, it was either or. If they weren't set on getting rid of it, which it seems like they were for whatever reason, they could have said, look, we're at a place now because we have offered so many things for free and you really can't get the whole collect, like whatever it is. But here's the bottom line, folks, kind of almost like a what is that? UHF, the Weird Al Yankovic movie where they're like, we need to raise $100,000 to keep this thing going. If they were to do that, I guarantee, and it's like, hey, if just everybody who's currently playing would be able to donate $10 or whatever, and you'll get this cool little card back and whatever, make it some, thing where it's not, they don't have to pay a lot, but it's like a token thing. You're deemed the redeemer of the realm or something. I guarantee you almost everybody would have put the money in. Like they never asked for more money, and a lot of people were just buying as much stuff as they could to support it at the end, and it just wasn't enough.
It's true. I mean, I'm torn somewhat because I think they left the game alive for way longer than could have been expected. Once keep in mind, I think, when was it, 2019 that they closed it? Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah.
So I mean, we're talking 5 years basically that they just kept it going. I was actually amazed. I told you earlier, I came late. I came in 2020, and I learned it was no longer further developed. And I thought, okay, this is probably going to close within a year or 2 at the most. Mm-hmm. So having it for 5 years still was already more than I thought, to be honest. I think there were parts or people at Bethesda that really loved the game, wanted to make it work. There's a great interview. I think, it was Night Darkwolf. He has a video on the the final days of Tessel and the end. I think he has an interview with, and I will not remember the title, but he was some important person at Bethesda, basically the guy behind Tessel, who no longer works there. And he gave some background on some of this, and they put their heart and soul into it initially. And I think that's why we love the game. You can tell that they did and tried. Even talking to the advertising budget and whatnot, I think they must have gotten some bad partners there, because with me being a strong Elder Scrolls player, whether it's, Bethesda player in general, I play all of their games, never even having heard of it until I did like a really deep search, finding Blades before I found Tessel, and then finally found Tessel. I think that marketing budget there was definitely not well spent. I think there's a lot of people that would have enjoyed the game more if I think that's one of the reasons why it failed. I think is that they just didn't make people aware enough.
Now, just out of curiosity, the gentleman you mentioned that that pretty much that was his baby. Did he leave and then that's when they closed the game, or did he leave after they closed the game out?
I do not know that. Know that, and I don't remember if that comes up in the interview. But go check out Night Dark Wolf's channel. Great channel, anyways. He has some cool games. He basically played his whole library of Tessel games, right, to archive it. His whole archive he played some games with, and good dude and very good player too. So you'll find the video there.
Awesome. And let me see. Do I have? I was gonna put Night Dark Wolf on. Let me see if I can find it over here. Oh, I have it up there from the last time I searched for it.
There you go.
There he is. And we got... Now, he doesn't have a lot of content up there, right now. Several of the tournaments. Oh, wow. I didn't even... Holy cow. I don't think I saw that. There's an 11-hour... I guess it's a stream, but the Farewell tournament 3 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that was being announced.
Those alone are super fun to watch. If you haven't seen those, they're cool. I mean, those are top players for the most part playing there, and really good.
And I think that's that the one that Core Data and some others were like other content creators that actually come to do the commentary and stuff for it.
Yes. Yeah. Bigger names from the past. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. That's right.
That's awesome. That is fantastic. So check out that channel if you're curious. So that is coming around the corner, and to what degree will remains to be seen. But I mean, I think a lot of us are going to be stoked. Even somebody like me who, towards the end, I was like, my joy was just watching other people play it. Like my fingers got itchy, like watching like the I call it kind of like a trailer or teaser. Like I'm like, oh, to play the Daggerfall Mage again, to play these different decks again that I hadn't in so long. It's like it was kind of it was all like a forced hiatus from the game, and now if the fact that it could come back, like the juices are flowing again. I don't think I'm going to be, it's going to be an amazing experience in terms of me being better, but I think it's going to feel fresh again, which I'm excited about.
Mm-hmm.
But in the meantime, we have Eternal. And as you pointed out, it is not just Eternal, because we have Eternal as the name of pretty much everything from air conditioning units to bad Marvel movies. But it is also a card game. And that's what we're going to be talking about here. So you and Denise, you're there in chat. I don't know if it's too late for you, but and I'm not sure. I think we can do a 3-way call on this or invite you in on it. But Beautiful was saying if you want to jump in as well, since you're familiar with it. But essentially... And this is what I was going to ask you, B. Wolf, your preference. Would it be easier for me to spectate you, or is it easier for you to watch what's going on here and kind of guide me through it or instruct me in it? Because if you're driving the ship and I'm just watching, then then you can set the pace and say, and I can ask questions about it. It might be easier that way, or however you'd like to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna do it whichever way you like it. So. I think it might be better if you look at me, just because I have more cards and some decks, so we can sort of like look at it. I'm not sure how much time you spent in Eternal, but I'm also happy to just follow you along and just talk about that a little bit. So I'm cool either way.
All right, we'll tell you what. Because I think I've got. Okay. Oh, I don't. Are you in the game right now?
You know what? I'm gonna actually move to my computer and do it there. And just I haven't thought about my setup here. Give me a second.
Sure. Because I don't know that I have you as a friend here. Because right now you're not showing up, but I don't know if that's because I didn't. We didn't. I think Denise might be the only friend I have right now in this whole world.
Yeah. Denise, if you would do me a favor, if you send him my username, it is just bwolf, but they put some numbers on top of that.
Yeah. All right,
otherwise, once I have my computer booted up here, I'll add you.
All right, let's see. Oh, let's see. Okay. All right, Denise. So yeah, Denise is tuckered out from the work week, which is understandable. It might have just ended for her like a minute ago.
Yeah.
So that totally fine, Denise. Let's see. And sorry, folks. I when I get talking with folks on here, I am not there are guys that can multitask very well. I am not one of them. I typically have laser focus. So once I'm set on something, that's why if you notice when I'm playing, the game is worse than if I'm just sitting there not playing, unless I'm sulking, in which case the game went sideways anyway. But oh, you know what? Never mind. I can check it on Discord. Could we actually have that? For those you don't know, the crap, what is it called? The Remnant Discord. We actually do have a section in there where we have other games, and I believe you can put your, where is it? Games we're now playing, Eternals, and there's bwolf. There it is, bwolf. And that's with the 0, not an O, right? 61, 69.
That's what it is, exactly. Yeah, I just got into the game, and there you are. Sure. All right, I just accepted you.
I've been accepted. I have. Yay!
You
cool deal.
may enter. Yes.
All right. So now I'm only going to be able to watch to see the actual in-game, right? So I think like I'm not going to be able to see your collection through this. I'll have to, like, if you play a game against a computer or whatever, I'll be able to see.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I see. See, I didn't think this through either. So maybe we'll just start with you on the screen then. If you just go to your home screen.
Let's see. That is. Oh, there we go. The big button at the bottom says home. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I think my screen is slightly delayed from yours here. I'll try to follow along, but essentially, you know, where do I start? Right? I think Eternal. I did a lot of, once Tesla ended, I first thing I jumped to was Magic the Gathering, and while that's cool and they have a lot of things going on, it was too busy for me. I don't know. This is maybe a very personal thing, but for me, part of Tesla was always that I could relax and just sort of like play a game here or there. One of the reasons, you know, I made Legends and all of that, and but I was not a player that would be top 10 all the time because I didn't play that much. I did it to like enjoy. And the truth is, if you wanted to be in the top spots, you had to basically, you know, get on it, especially early in the season. And then I just didn't do that. So then I checked out a ton of other games, and Eternal just shook out as the only one that was fairly similar, even though some things are different. But also had this relaxing vibe. It wasn't overloaded with things. It was created by the same studio that originally created Tesla, right? So Dire Wolf. So that was a plus as well. And I would say the biggest differences are really, obviously you only have one lane. And but the biggest difference to Tesla, which is to most other games, is that you have to deal with mana, magicka, whatever you call it, your resource generation. You don't just get one every turn. You have to. This is done through, in Magic the Gatherings we would say lands, right? So I think everybody's fairly familiar with that. So that adds, of course, a bit of a it makes it a bit more difficult, especially if you want to play several colors, for lack of a better word. They call it sigils here in Eternal. Whereas in Tesla, they solved that by making you play 75 cards instead of 50. Now, you could argue which is better. I often thought that it was too easy in Tesla to play several colors, right? I always felt like 75 cards is not a disadvantage enough to have access to all the extra cards that you wouldn't if you played, only one or two colors. So in Eternal, it is significantly harder to do that, because now you're dealing with having to generate those, running into those lands, magicka, whatever you want to call it, or tutor them somehow. So there's this added complexity, which I do kind of think is a good thing. So on the home screen there, I mean, the first things you're seeing is you have the solo battle modes. That's what you have open right now. Gauntlet is one what I recommend for a lot of people in the beginning. That's essentially the AI. I would say that the AI in Eternal is a lot harder and better than in Tessel. Yeah, and it goes through levels. And I would actually recommend, if you're a new player, Gauntlet is should be, at least this is all just my opinion, and I'm no pro here by any means, right? But in my opinion, I found that to be the best way to just grind initially to gain money and cards and whatnot. And every time you level up, I believe there's 5 levels. You can see, if you look over your Gauntlet, you have I think that's the bronze level you're in right now. That goes up to silver, gold, and then diamond. And each time you level up, you get a special reward. So at the very least, I would go through all the different levels there. And if you are in diamond, the AI can get pretty tough, right? I mean, I think for an experienced player, you'll still be, doing your thing. But if you're new, I think it's definitely challenging. And even as a good player, if you have a bad draw, you may still lose. So, then you have the Forge, which is sort of the arena version, the solo arena version here in Eternal, where you craft a deck from boosters, if you will, or card packs. You get to keep the cards, so this is another way to generate, your collection. I just find it overall not as effective, because when you want to play this successfully, you don't really want to pick your cards based on the card you want to keep. You need to do it on what's the best for your deck, right? So that's initially I did it a few times and it's fun, but I find Gauntlet to be the better way. There's a few other ways that the game helps you generate, and especially as a new player, if you go back to the home screen, there is quests. You'll see that book under, your profile. If you click on that, it will give you your quests. I think those are renewed daily, just like in Tessel. And you can see you basically can play different, whatever it is. In your case here, complete a Forge. So if you haven't done that yet, you can do that. You see, you get a silver treasure box for that. So that's great. These can also update to gold or diamond. Randomly, there's a small chance for that to happen. And with that, you get better cards, more gold, as you can imagine.
Now, what's this down at the? Sorry to interrupt there. Down at the bottom right, it says Throne, and it has 3 chests, and then it says Expedition. What are those?
So those are the 2 main different formats, if you want to talk in Magic the Gathering terms. Throne is essentially you can play any card that was ever made, right? So all cards are allowed, which at this point is quite a few for Eternal. And Throne is a format that I wouldn't recommend until you have a pretty decent collection and are a pretty good player. Expedition is the format that essentially always includes the last, the last 2 expansions, if you will, plus several other cards that come from what they call chapters. If you go onto the home screen again, you'll see, if you click on the left feature, it says Eternal Expedition Rotation July 25. That'll tell you about the latest change that happened. That was my first change when I came in, and then you'll see, okay, they have updated the format. They removed battle lines in separate ways, which is one expansion, and they added Cold Hunt Valley Beyond, which is another one. So and essentially, Expedition is recommended in my view because it limits the card pool, right? So you can focus your card collection on getting good at that. And then it is true, once the rotation changes, you kind of have to redo it until you have enough of a card pool of all the different expansions, right? So, but you could imagine this if you translated this in Tessel, for 1 quarter or so, you only be allowed to play, Heroes of Skyrim and the base set and some specific promo cards, right? And then the next season, you'll be allowed to play Moons of Elsewhere and, a base set plus some extra cards. So it's easy to figure out which ones you can play when you go into your cards, your library. So if you click on cards up there. Yeah, it's probably slow, but I can see it yet. But there should be a My Collection. And if you click on that, there's a filter that's pretty well done. And one just says Expedition. If you click on that, it'll automatically take all the cards out that are not currently legal.
Let's see.
The filter is at the very bottom first, like where you have the color filters. If you click that filter symbol at the very bottom.
And say...
and then just click the Expedition button.
Expedition. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Right. And you also then see on the right side what cards exactly are allowed. This gets a little complicated sometimes because they have you see it became a lot less, right? So you see Cold Hunt, Valley Beyond, etc. Those are allowed. These are expansions that are currently allowed in the Expedition format. Because they have what they call chapter cards and some promotional cards, in the beginning, and still to me, it's sometimes confusing what exactly is allowed. So I'm dependent on this filter a lot. I think they could do a better job at saying, okay, this is allowed or this isn't. Like in Magic the Gathering, that's a little easier, right? You clearly know, okay, these 2 expansions are allowed, and then there's maybe these few cards that are banned, but overall, it's a bit easier. Because here you get cards. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so if with the Expedition clicked, if I hit accept, will that apply that filter? So I'll only be able to see cards in my collection that are available, or is that what you're saying? The challenge is I would have to kind of make note of which sets they're from, and then.
Yeah. So this would basically right now just filter it for all the expeditions that are allowed. You can still see the cards you do not have. You'll see under owned, there's an owned and unowned. So you can see which cards of the currently allowed formats you own and which you do not, right? So the filter is pretty well done here. So yeah.
So in theory, all these cards are available.
Yeah, these are all cards that you own currently that you could build a deck out of, right?
Okay.
And if you went to unowned, you would see them grayed out essentially. And then you either have to craft them or, get them in some other way through a chapter and whatnot. There's different ways to get some of these cards.
They glow. Wait, why do some of them have like a glowy edge and some of them don't? Is that
because you haven't looked at them yet? If you hover over them, it'll go away.
Okay, that's letting you know these are all new, and which for me they're all going to be new because I haven't really looked at them all.
Exactly.
Okay, and is it kind of similar for Legend? And I think it's Legends and at least Magic. I know Red is considered to be typically aggro, rush down, however you want to think of it. Is that kind of the same with Eternals? You're looking at a more fast-paced deck with Red?
Yeah, so some of those are similar, some are not. Red is definitely also one of the more aggro factions in Eternal, but there are some differences overall. So I would take some more time, but in general, I would say red and yellow are very similar. Even green, and they stick to the major theme, but there are some differences. But blue is still sort of intelligence and a lot of spells and card draw, those kinds of things. And then you have purple here, which is a bit more like the black in Magic the Gathering, or maybe I'm not sure what it would be in Tessel. Probably also the purple in Tessel, right?
Yep.
So
yep.
Manipulating the discard pile, that kind of thing. There are some stark differences. There are some mechanics that are very similar, just have different names, right? Like you have lethal here, it's just called deadly. But then there are some things that really work differently. I think the major difference for Tessel player as far as mechanics are concerned, so not counting obviously the sigils or the resource generation, they have a ward here. It's called Aegis or Aegis. I'm not sure how you say that right in English, but it's like a ward, but it only protects you from effects, not from like physical battle damage, right? So if you fight another creature, you'll still die. But if I played a spell on you to try and deal 3 damage to you, I would only remove the Aegis or ward instead of killing the creature. So
Which
that's
is
one big difference.
No, that's like Magic the Gathering. Magic, sometimes there's a cost. You have to pay extra mana to remove the ward, or there's a cost to it. It may be mana, it could be some other resource, life or something.
Right.
Okay.
That's a big one. Silence works differently. That I had to learn the hard way here. Silence literally just removes the text, but it does not. So, for example, if you play a sword on a creature, it keeps that sword. You don't silence a sword. You just silence whatever text was on it, right? So if it had some kind of special mechanic on it, or some kind of special ability, that will go away. But you will not turn this is actually something that I like, because I always thought in Tethel, silence was super strong, right? I mean, you could turn a 20/20 creature into a 1/1 just by silencing it, right?
Yeah.
Whereas here you can't really do that, but you can remove whatever text it has on it, right? So whatever ability or whatever else effect it may have on it, you can remove.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of that too, because it was one of those things where it felt like there was never a balance. It seemed like in some games you were like, dang it, I can't play any cool cards because they're always getting silenced. And then there was always the inverse of like, I'm trying to silence. I don't have enough silence for all the shenanigans they're trying to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, you were forced to include certain things, at least on the ladder, right? If you had no way to silence anything, I mean, you more likely than be screwed eventually.
Yeah.
Right? So whereas here it makes a difference, and it's also important, but it's not, you still have to deal with a potentially large creature or whatever else you did to make the creature better, right? So there's that.
Now, so this is one big thing that I had to grapple with, and eventually realize this is where me and Magic kind of parted ways in terms of game expectation. So for Legends, if it's an aggro deck, they're trying to win by typically turn 5 or 6, so relatively quick. But for in terms of the way that Tesla was played, because you had control decks that could go on for hours and hours. But Magic, I was finding people were expecting the game to be over by turn 7. And so if you got a 2-3 card combo played on you on turn 4 that pretty much won the game, that wasn't abnormal. It wasn't a bug. It was a feature. What should you expect if you're playing, whether it's mid-range, aggro, or control? What should be your game duration, or the amount of turns it should take you to get the game where you want it to be?
Yeah. I would say, and again, I'm still a newbie myself here, but I would say it's fairly similar to Tessel. Maybe I have found it harder to win really, really early. Though sometimes in the last rotation, I had an aggro deck that worked quite well, and there I was able to finish many games, on the 4th or 5th turn. It is harder here to do because that whole plan can get derailed if you're not drawing your sigils, right? Your resource generation. Whereas in Tesla, you could reliably, you'd know you'd get one every turn, right? Unless you have Garnick on the board or something, right? So
right.
So yeah, but I think in general that is similar. I would say they may tend to go a little bit longer. Like I said, I think aggro, at least I have found, it's not as effective that quick, but it's still very effective overall. I think mid-range is the most fun here. And then you have your control too, right? I would say maybe I'll just jump into at least a gauntlet game, because that gives me time to talk about it and I won't piss off a real person by taking long.
Okay, yeah.
Let me see. You should be able to watch that too. So
yep.
Gauntlet, like I've mentioned, is the free format. Let me see. I'm going in there right now. That way we're not just talking.
Yep.
Let me see if you can observe.
Yep, I am. I'm in, as the hackers say.
All right. Yeah, this is nice because it gives me time, right? So this is a red and white deck. I would call this like a mid-row deck. We are playing. We're trying to end it early-ish, but we have some weaponry for later. And you'll see here, these are those sigils, right? And you see there's different ones. It's a sort of a double signage, and you see here, this would gain me influence, is what they call it here, for red and green, but it is depleted if I have, which means it doesn't give me that influence on the turn I played, but the next turn.
Okay. Like
if
Magic.
I would have cards from any other factions, which I don't, right? My card only consists of red and green here, which means I can count on always getting it. So my starting hand here, I want to show these real quick, because Inscribe is one of the mechanics that's important too, that's different. Inscribe essentially allows me to play this creature as if it was a green sigil in this case, because it's a green creature. So I can sacrifice the creature, if you will, and it would give me one green influence. So this is another mechanic for me to in case I'm not drawing as many lands, I could do it, right? So right now I know I have 2 sigils here. If I don't think that's enough, I could either redraw, and the first time you get to do it, just fine. It depends on the mode, and then you lose. You take a less card, right? So you can mulligan more often, but you'll lose cards, right?
Gotcha.
So I'm just gonna keep this just so we play something here. Okay. And see here right now it says 0-0 under my name. I have 0 influence. He goes first. He played a double land. He has yellow and green. And we have a young protester here, which has bolster, right? So this is a good example of the silence. So whenever my opponent in this case gains either health or armor is another mechanic we do not have in Tessel. Armor is essentially what gets consumed before it gets to your health, if you will. So if you have 3 armor and 10 life, and I hit you with a 6 attack creature, you only lose 3, right? Because the armor gets consumed first. It's its own mechanic that also plays a role with weapons you can play on yourself. This is another thing. I won't go into each and every one mechanic, that would take too far. Just trying to give you like a slight overview here. So I'm going to play. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that would this be one of those ripe targets for silence? Would silence remove the bolster?
That's correct. So let's say this would get bolstered because he gets next turn it would become a 2/2. If I then silenced it, it would no longer bolster, but it would still be a 2/2, and that's the difference. That's the difference to Tessel, right? So, and I kind of like that because they don't make you take that away. It already happened, right? You just silent it going forward, so to speak, or whatever text is on there is essentially erased. Right, I'm going to play my double land here, my double sigil, and now you see I have 1 red and 1 green influence. And if you look at the cards, they cost different influence to play, right? So this one costs 3 total power. I only have 1 right now, so I can't play this. And I have to have at least 1 green influence. This one here you see costs 8, but I also need to have 4 green influence. So if I only had, let's say I had 8 influence, but only 3 of them are green, I could not play this. That makes sense.
Okay, that's what it's which I think that's the way Magic is too. It's specifying this is the minimum of this one color that you need. It's not 8 plus the 4. It's 8 total, and half of them have to be green.
That's right, and that's an important consideration, obviously, because this is significantly harder to play. Because you need to get to that influence first. The reason I included this one, this is a relic weapon, by the way. You'll see the description on the card here. It's a legendary. I can play this as a sigil, first of all. It has that inscribe mechanic. So that's why I included it. Later in the game, I could use it as a weapon. The way that works, maybe we'll get to show that off, but it essentially played on my avatar, and then my avatar can attack either other creatures or the player directly if there are no other creatures out there. Right?
So I'm just breaking the card down. So we have the 8 and then with the different sigils. So we got that. Why now it says plus? Did the other one say that? Okay. So this is not a unit. It's armor. So that's saying it's +6 attack, +8 defense. How do you know what impact it would have on your avatar? Is it saying that it would give your avatar +6, +8 as well?
Yes. So right now it would give it +6, +8 because I don't have anything else. But let's say I already have armor, right? So this guy here, for example, if it bolsters, actually now this is not a good example. So if I get armor in any other way, right? So let's say I just play this as a sigil now. You see, then I would gain 2 armor if you look at the text. And if I would play it right after, then I would have +6, +8 would be 6, 10. Then I would have 10 armor and 6 attack. Does that make sense? So if my opponent then you can think of relics as supports in a way, only that we have relics which are just much more like supports that do certain things, or they can be activated supports as well. And then you have relic weapons, which you can literally use to attack your opponent's creatures or the opponent himself if there is no other creature on the board. Right? If he has at least one creature, you have to attack the creature first before you can get to the opponent.
Okay, and that's implicit in the fact that it says relic weapon. You won't have any other indicator. Like if it just says relic, that's going to be more or less your Tessel support. But if it says relic weapon, that means it can be equipped to your avatar specifically. Yeah,
and it will say +6, plus whatever, plus, right? So there's also just normal weapons. Those can be played on creatures. A relic weapon can only be played on your avatar, on yourself, if you will.
Right. Okay. Oh wait. Right? Okay. So wait. One more time. So that means you can't equip this on a creature?
No, because it's a relic weapon, right? A relic weapon can only go into your relic slot, which is that empty little slot you see on my avatar there. That empty round little slot there, I think.
Yep.
Because you can have several relics, of course, right? If you play like the equivalent of a support mage, you would have a ton of relics, and then you can click on it and then you see all your relics and what they do. And then of course there's relic removal and all of that good stuff. But yes, a relic weapon is played on your avatar. And then there's cards that will say just weapon. I have them in the deck, but I don't have one right now. That would then say, it's just a weapon, right? There's even there's a mechanic called versatile. So there's a few weapons where you can do both, right? But this goes more into detail. But a versatile weapon you can play onto your avatar or a creature.
Okay.
But those are special weapon, and it's a mechanic that I don't think in this current rotation we have, but in the previous one it was very popular.
Okay.
All right, so I played this. You see, I can't play anything. My lowest card would cost 2. There's nothing I can do, so I'm going to end my turn. All right, he attacks.
The journey to
okay, now he played an Oasis Seeker, and you see the combo my opponent here is trying to do, right? When this creature attacks, he gains 1 life, and this creature gets +1/+1 when my opponent gets life, right? So that's a problem.
Yeah.
So I'm going to play my second land, and luckily I have some removal here, right? So I have a Searing Fist that deals 4 damage to an enemy unit. I could play that. I could also play Breach of Defenses, which deals 3 damage to an enemy. So there's a difference here. Not only a creature, I could also directly play this onto my opponent, onto the avatar.
Oh, like lightning bolt. Okay.
Or it could kill an enemy curse. So creatures can be cursed, right? Like technically a shackle would be cursed, or here it's called stunned. There's other curses that can be played onto either your creatures or even yourself, right? There's, for example, a curse that exhausts all your creatures the first round you play them, so you couldn't do a charge, right? Things like that. I think I'm just gonna remove this with one of my seers for now. So I'm denying him the bolster, hopefully. And I'm hoping we get some more sigils, some more power. So you see, that's one of the main differences, right? If I'm not drawing, luckily I am, drawing a sigil, then I would have probably played one of these cards because I can play them as a sigil, but of course I try to keep them if possible. So for now, I'll do this. And there is something, and I'm going to explain because that's what I will play now. A big difference to Tessel is in Legends is what's called the market. I think it's a fun feature. The market is that little button on my right here. If I click it, these are cards, up to 5 cards that you can place into your market. And then there is cards like this one that allow you to swap a card in your hand with one from your market.
Wait, now is the market, is that like your sidebar? That's something you create when you create your deck?
That's right.
Okay.
So you have to play at least 2 colors to be able to have a market, because all of the cards that allow you to tap into your market have at least two factions. In my case here, red and green. And you see my creature is pretty good by itself. It has double damage, which means it's a 2/1, but it'll deal 4 damage. Now imagine you play a weapon on it, and it gets better and better. But the main function here is to pull something out of my market. Into your market, you obviously want to put some cards that'll help you, depending on the meta and whatnot. I have one to destroy an attachment. So if he plays a weapon on himself or some other curse or whatnot, I can silence and stun a unit. This allows me to kill each unit with 4 or more. If I attacked, that's what Onslaught means, that round, I get to even draw my units back from the graveyard, from the discard pile. This pretty powerful card here is a legendary, you can see. But what I want to pull right now is, because I'm running a little low on resources, I want to pull Reclaim, because that allows me to draw 2 Justice Sigil from my deck. And if I attack that turn, I can actually play them right away. So that's what I'm going to do. Well, first I got to play this card. So I'm putting something in front of him, and now I need to select which card am I going to swap. And I think right now I'm going to swap my Breach of Defenses, and I'm going to draw my Reclaim. So we literally swapped a card now. Then I'm going to end my turn.
Now, did you have to pay an additional cost to make her access the market instead of just playing her vanilla, or was that just happens whenever you play her, if she has that, or any card that has that ability, it'll automatically give you the option to summon from your market?
It's just the cost of the creature, right? So I paid free for the creature, which, by the way, now just got silenced. So you see what happened? The text is gone. Yep. Right? So, and silence, by the way, also remains, right? So if this goes into the discard pile, so this thing of like bringing creatures back, right, if I silenced your Pathonex and you bring it back, it will not give you Shouts again.
Oh, now see, that's good.
I like that too, because it's silenced, right? You can even silence creatures, even if you haven't. There's cards here that allow you to silence your opponent's graveyard, right? So if you're playing against somebody that does a lot of that, you can use a card like that, right? It's So now I'm out of I don't have any resources. I'm going to play this big one now, and you'll see it has Inscribed, so I can play it like a sigil. I'm going to do that. You'll see now it went up to 4, but it is depleted. I don't have access to it right away.
Okay.
Yeah,
I see that 3 out of 4.
I made a bit of a misplay here, but that's another side. And as a side effect, that card gave me 2 armor. I don't like this guy here. This has Nomad, which means it's flying on the opponent's turn, and on my turn it has +1/+1. So I'm going to remove this. Up. Now he gives a +2/+2. See, so this is a good example of instance. You will call it the Gathering. So this is another functionality you do have here, right? This instance, you can interrupt certain actions. Yeah, that's unfortunate, because now the creature will survive, and all I can do is my turn. Right? And then you see now it's flying as a 2/1. He can attack. He doesn't attack with this guy because I have a blocker. All right. Okay. What am I gonna do? I'm going to remove this still. Again, there we go. And then I'm going to play my Ocean the Crownbreaker.
Never break.
This is a creature that if I do play Sigil, I guess +2/+2 and lifesteal that turn. And Renown, which is when I play either a weapon or a spell on it directly, it plays a Justice Sigil from my deck depleted. So I won't get it that very turn, but I will get it.
Now, do something when you play a power card. Sorry, it's when it says play a power card. What is that referring to exactly?
Always hope.
Yeah, that means when you either play a Sigil or you get power somehow, right? So power is like the 4/4. This is my power, right? So if I increase that somehow, this one gets +2/+2.
Now, so does the reclaim work for that, or because they're not?
It would
okay.
As long as I play it right, and I think I will do that. I could do that right now, but it still doesn't help me against this big 5/5 guy here. I'm really kind of in a pickle here. So I could either try to get more power, but then give up this creature as well. I could just put out another creature. I think that's what I'm going to do for now. I'm going to put out my Minotaur here and not attack. That would give me enough power to block this guy. So the Minotaur Platemaker has double damage. So even though it's 2/5, he makes literally 4 damage. And this has the special effect that I can pay 2 and then twist him. I'll explain what that is in a moment. And then I can play a +2/+2 weapon on one of my other units that isn't wielding a weapon. So, and twisting is just essentially you give it +1, -1, right? So it will become a 3/5. A 3/4. And I would play a weapon. And if you remember, this guy here has Renown, which is an effect when you play a weapon on it. So there's some synergy here on purpose. So let's see what that does.
Now, is the reason why it says it attacks twice instead of making it a 4/5, is it the 2/2 because to give it to make it in peril of being silenced? Does it strike twice, and so it's doing 2 damage twice, or like why not just call it a 4/5?
Well, imagine you play a 5/5 weapon on it, right? Then it does 10 damage. So it's essentially just more dangerous in a way.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, I'm going to. This guy is flying. This is several things I do. I think I'm just going to pull my lance for now. So because I didn't attack, it just go into my hand. But now if I do this one will get +2/+2. But I would lose it still. He could just easily block it. So I'm going to wait another turn, which is risky, but I'm going to wait another turn because I have another land to play, and I can play a weapon on this guy next turn. Okay.
I was going to ask, so is this considered an items deck? Like, do you have, 8 to 10 items in here, or how does that?
No, this is more of I use Hojan the Crownbreaker mainly as a guy to pull lands out of my deck. Right, so obviously that's good in the beginning, just to get going faster. I just didn't draw the right cards here, but it's good at any point because you're thinning your deck essentially, right? And so, what I'm going to do now, this card here, besides the Inscribe, has an empower mechanism. So if I play a power card, it gives the Scale Swarm Patrol, which is the card we're looking at, and another one of my units, and the top unit of my deck +1/+1. So I'm going to play this. Now it asks me, do I want to play it as a sigil or the actual creature? I'm going to play the creature. Now I'm going to play my land, which, I can give different units here. I'm going to give my Minotaur +1/+1 because I'm going to use him to twist. So I want him, I'm upping his stats. Right. So now this one is +2/+2. I still have 3 power left, which means I can use this ability to play a weapon. And I'm going to do that. Onto my Hojan Crownbreaker, which when he gets Renown, I play another sigil from my deck depleted. And now this triggers again my other attack from this card. So I can give another +1/+1 to another creature. I'm going to do it on him again. And my top creature in the deck. So now you'll see this guy grew tremendously.
Yeah.
And I think I will just attack with him. He can kill him. You'll see here, he has to block with 2 people at least.
Yep.
But I'm actually okay with that.
Now, will you drain for a total of 9, or you do drain? You do drain. You drain for each hit. It's each attack counts as 9. Is that?
I don't think so. Right? I think I was at 14. I think it's just 9. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It is. Okay, it's just the one. Okay. It looked like
so.
It. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So now we're looking a whole lot better. I will end my turn. This is one of those decks that often works like this in the very beginning, especially against aggro opponents.
Trust in your skills.
Okay. Here's another flyer. I don't have anything against. So flying is one of those you can't block unless you have another flyer yourself. So what I will do now, I have this Furious Magniventress, which has endurance, which means it doesn't exhaust when it attacks, so it can still block the next turn. And it can stun an enemy, and I want to stun this guy, so I'm going to play this. And when you stun them, they're basically out of order for 2 turns, and you'll see that represented by those 2 circles here. Next turn, 1 will go away, and then the turn after, it is playable again.
Okay.
So now I get 3 left. I could play this as a sigil to get another +1/+1, but I'd rather just play it as another creature and hoping I'm get some more sigils.
There is no
I'm gonna do this, and I'll leave it at that.
We must show you.
This is a card you definitely want removed from this deck, and I draw removal right away. I'm getting a little lucky here. So this card gives all units +1/+1 if he gets any kind of health or armor.
Look at the finger on that guy. That thing is like 16 feet long. Holy cow!
Yeah.
That is a pointer, and he's ripped too. Like, I mean, if that shirt is clearly pretty baggy, if you can see his pec line through that, my goodness gracious.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But it says once per turn does something when you gain health or shield. So, but he would. That's a conditional +1/+1. It doesn't go automatically next turn.
Yeah, but the deck I'm playing against is all geared towards gaining health. Right, this guy here,
right,
that I just stunned, he has flying and lifesteal. So if I wouldn't have had the stun, he could attack me. I have no way of blocking flying. He would gain 2 life, and then all of his creatures would gain +1/+1. And those remain, right? This would just repeat every time he attacks me. So it's not just per turn. It would stay. So what I want to do is I probably want to keep this to remove this guy and just start attacking here too. It's a bummer I'm not pulling more lands. What I will do is I'll just remove this guy because I don't want him to be able to get any lands. And then I'm going to start attacking. This guy here is going to grow because it when he attacks, you see this in attacks, he gets +1, plus attack and health equal to my armor. Right now I have armor of 3, so he would become a 6/7. So I'm going to attack with him, and I'm going to attack with him, and I'm going to attack with him. That is like a fairly conservative bet, right? We're not risking much here. They could, in theory, kill my Platemaker, but not worried about that. They could also kill this, but then they would lose their whole board. So right. I'm going to attack. See what they do. Okay. They're killing my Minotaur.
And is that on that last card? I was going to ask you there. The hideout agent had a little like glowing red orb in the center. Was that the ambush indicator or?
Which one did it? The hideout agent. Yes, that probably was. Yeah.
Okay.
I missed it, but that's probably what it was. Ambush just means it's like an instant, right? You're attacking, and then you throw in a creature in front of me that I didn't see as when I was choosing to attack, right? Can be a very effective mechanism. Oftentimes, ambush creatures come with additional effects, like, gain life or destroy something. Yeah. Okay, and now I can fairly comfortably play my other Minotaur, which is already buffed from my Scalespoon Patrol, and I'm ending my turn. And you'll see here another bolster card. this is a classic in any of the bolster cards. Here he would draw a card whenever he gains either health or armor.
Gotcha.
I'm going to play go ahead.
I was going to say, that's a beefy squirrel.
Yes.
6/6?
Yes.
The heck?
He's a greedy hoarder. Yes.
I guess, yeah.
I'm going to play another power card, and with 2 Scale Swarm patrols on the board, that means I can give +1/+1 twice to my patrols, to another creature, and to the top card on my deck, my top unit in my deck. So pretty good. Okay, I'm going to do this on my endurance creature. I'm going to do it again on my endurance creature because that doesn't exhaust or tap, as you would say in Magic.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can comfortably attack with this because it would get the +3/+3. So even this big guy won't hurt it. I can also comfortably attack with this guy because it has double damage and more health, and this has an attack. But before I do it, I'm going to use this guy's ability, which is to pay 2 and play another weapon on somebody. I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this on one of my patrols because that will put her also out of damage range from the greedy hoarder. And then, okay, this one is now in damage range, so yeah, kind of we'll see. I'm going to attack with these 2. And he may not block yet. He doesn't. See, the AI is pretty smart. I would have done the same thing because he would have just lost his creature. It wouldn't have done anything.
Right.
And then I can play my Oni Insider. This is mainly in here to kill an enemy attachment. So this can be either an attached weapon on a creature or a relic, like we talked about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You see, this guy here has a relic. So a support, if you will, right? When you attack with 2 or more units, he gains 3 health, right? So this is basically a support. I could destroy that now. Why don't I do that just to show it? I can destroy it, but it's dependent on contract too, which means you're taking 2 power debt basically that you have to pay. You can pay it right away, or if I only had 2 mana left, it would be reduced from my next turn's power. So
okay,
that's a fun mechanic kind of too, right? If you're you can use it essentially if you're depending on your gameplay. If you know you have a low curve, you could play it and be okay with having 2 power less next turn. But I have enough anyways. So now I can either, if I chose my avatar, then it would create and draw a Warhelm for me. You see here that is a +1/+0 helm that also has 2 battle skills, charge and Warcry. Charge is self-explanatory. Warcry is like what do we call it in Tessel? When you get, give a creature +1/+1.
Rally?
When you hit. What the heck was that called? Why am I blanking it?
Rally? Or veteran? No, rally. Right?
I can't hear you.
Oh, really?
Oh, no. No, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. The rally effect? The +1/+1?
That's what it is, rally. The only difference is that it doesn't apply to a card in your hand, but onto the next creature in your deck. So I could do that, but I'm more interested in removing this because I don't want him to be able to bolster. So I'm going to click this, and then I can select which relic. In this case, he only has 1. Boom, and now it's gone. Right?
Nice.
All right, then we'll end our turn. He plays a spell, recruit, and then gain 3 health. So he draws another card because he just gained 3 health, and this has this effect. And recruit, just to show this off too, this is essentially a fun mechanic that allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your deck and draw a unit from it. And if it costs less than this card, which is 3 in this case, you actually play it. And then you bottom the rest. So it's another tutor mechanic that can be really powerful in certain decks. Right, so you can pull out certain creatures if you build your deck the right way. Can be pretty devastating. Okay, and he pulled out a Charming Steel Guard, which in this case another bolster mechanic. So if he gains health, he plays a 1/2 soldier with Aegis, which I talked about earlier. Aegis is that ward-like feature that prevents certain effects, but not battle damage. I just got another land, but I'm fine with that because I have 2 of my guards out here. Almost doesn't matter what I played on. And I'm bolstering up whatever unit I draw next as well, which is nice. So now I'm just gonna go in here and attack. He will have to block now. Yep. And you see, I already won.
Woo! Wait, was that breakthrough? Or
no,
did I
he
miss?
only had 2 creatures. I attacked with 3, and all of them made enough damage because the Minotaur had double damage. So all of them had enough damage to kill him. So I overloaded him essentially, right?
Good deal. Wow, that was a nice kind of a scoot from behind there. It looked a little dicey, and then but I guess he didn't have is there a? I mean, there was obviously we saw some gain health, draw a card, but are there? We had gosh, what was it? Like the Fighters Guild recruit, and there's other ones where it's like let you draw 2 or 3 cards to refill your hand. That's I think when we were playing, we saw that a lot as well. A lot of the cards pretty much going down to top deck by turn 5 or 6. They have a great board, they have a great push, but then they're pretty much top decking the rest of the game.
Yeah. I think the top decking mechanic you have here, you run into this depending on your deck, right? I mean, there's plenty of mechanics to keep drawing cards, right? But I wouldn't say, for example, that's a strength of red and green. There are cards that help you with that. But generally you're looking to deal with what you got. That's why the way I play this day, that's why I call it mid-row. It is aggressive, it bursts, but it takes a moment, right? It takes a moment to gear up, and I play it somewhat conservatively until then. Yeah. So I just started a new game here just so we have something to look at.
Yep.
Fairly similar situations. I don't have a lot of mana. I'm going to redraw in this case and see if I can get some more lands. Ooh, now I got a lot. Now I got 4. So the mechanic also, by the way, that I didn't know, when you do mulligan here, you always draw at least 2 and a maximum of 4 power cards. That's how that works. So you can if you mulligan, you have at least 2 power cards again.
Gotcha. Now, and is your deck as a dual attribute? How many cards are in a deck? Is there a fixed number? Is there a minimum requirement?
Yes, and I should know this. It's 75 cards is the minimum, and you have to. A third of it has to be power cards, right? So there's different formats and different ways, but in general, that's how that works.
Okay, and so you'd be playing at the minimum. You don't want to go over 75 unless you're doing like a singleton or something.
Same
I guess,
in Tessel. I mean, there's some decks where you may want to add some more lands. So, for example, in my deck here, I have a lot of mechanics to tutor lands or tutor power cards. So you may want to add a few more just to speed things up. But yeah, you're right. In general, the more power cards you add, the more likely you make it on one hand that you have all the power you need. But you may also just pull power instead of creatures or other cards you want to pull, right? So there's always that. I'm going to do the same thing I did earlier because I have so much power now. I am going to play my market exchanger. I'm going to exchange one of my power cards, and I'm going to pull reclaim again just because I can play it next turn. If this survives, I can attack and play them right away. That's what the onslaught means. And just thinning out my deck, right? Making it more likely to get into the cards I want, and at the same time, ramping. Yeah, he won't allow me to attack. So, and you see, he's playing a free faction deck.
Yeah,
so,
was that 100 card minimum?
No, it's the same minimum.
Okay. What
makes it harder here is that he has to, of course, pull the right power cards for it, right? So, and this is significantly harder here than it is in some others. So what I'm going to do, go ahead.
Because we've seen dual attribute, which is similar like Magic, where you get 2 attributes, but usually, or 2 sigils, but it doesn't usually you go off that turn. Are there 3? Like if for his deck, are there going to be 3 attribute lands or sigils that he could play with a delay? Or
There are I gotta think. No, I don't think there's like triple lands like that. There's double, but then there are other cards that allow you to draw power cards of any faction.
Gotcha.
Right. For example, I believe he played a stockpile here, so he can pay 2 and sacrifice it to draw any of those. Right. So you see, this is one of the ways. That's something you would include if you play a lot of different colors, right? And there are the pros that play all 5 of them and really go for it, you know?
Jeez.
Yeah. So I just played my Reclaim. I pulled 2 lands out. That's it for me. And I'm hoping to draw some better, creatures. Okay.
Devour.
This is a creature that has Devour, which means you see it on the left here. When played, he could destroy that many cards from the top of my enemy Void, which is my graveyard here. But you see, I only have 2 cards in there, so he can't do it, right? And at least 3 need to be in there.
Mm-hmm.
If he would have been able to, this creature would have gotten charge.
Oh.
And as an additional effect, when an enemy card is devoured, he would have gotten +1/+1 this turn. So if I had 3, this would have become a 6/6 charger. So luckily, I only had 2 cards in my Void, and apparently he doesn't have anything else to play, or maybe the AI was too dumb. But there are cards that make me discard my cards. So there's decks that use that where they essentially make you discard stuff and then they devour stuff and get those extra boni. Right?
Oh, that was one of my most loathed decks for Magic, were discard decks and the life drain. Well, the life drain wasn't a big deal, but the discard that's. I was like, look, because ultimately you could play with 4 of a kind in the deck, and that was all they played. You just pretty much discarded your entire hand by turn 3, and you got nothing to play with. And you're like, all right, well, that was fun.
I remember the meanest deck I played, and now this was in the late 90s, was a land destruction deck. So when that worked, it didn't always work, but it worked more often than not. You basically were not able to play anything. Well, I would just play my cards, right? That was a really mean deck, yeah. Okay, let's see here. This is a 5/6. He has Overwhelm, which is breakthrough essentially,
mm-hmm.
and it has the same devour function, right? If I had 6 cards that he could devour, we would see the following effect, which is each player discards the hand and draws 3 cards, which again plays into his whole mechanic of devouring my cards.
Right.
Okay, there's not much I can do. I can attack. This will be big enough. He would have to take it. And because this creature has endurance, so it doesn't exhaust, I can safely attack. So I will do so. Because this will get 6/7, so it will be a 6/7 creature by the time it attacks. So blocking wouldn't do no good. So he allows me just to put it to his face. And then I think I will play out a couple of my creatures here. If I end my turn, you'll see this one is still available. It's now a 3/4 again, but it is not exhausted.
Now, how many? That was wicked.
Yeah.
That's
so
the Devour.
This is a hunt feature. So he did several things here. So he played a relic weapon, right? We talked about relic weapons at the beginning, and you see this one here actually is a versatile weapon, so he could have played it on a creature too. It has Overwhelm, so the damage breaks through, and when he summons it, it has Hunt 2, and hunting means I have to discard as many cards as the hunt says, so Hunt 2 means 2 cards, and then the hunter, so whoever he places on, gets +1/+1 for each non-powered card that was discarded, right? So in this case, the weapon was boosted because I had to discard it, I think 2 creatures. So normally this weapon is only a 3/2, but it became a 5/4. I'm sorry, it became a 5/4 because 2 creatures were hunted that way. It's a cool feature, not currently in the expedition format, but it's fun. He's also attacking now. So he's giving. Go ahead.
Oh, so sorry, just because I'm trying to keep up. So it's a relic weapon. So why? And my understanding is that's just played on the opponent, the avatar, right?
Yes, and he did.
But why is it not there anymore?
Because first of all, this one is a versatile, so he could have played it on a creature, but he played it on himself. It's no longer there because it got killed. So it has 5 attack and 4 life, and it attacked my Minotaur, which is double damage. So it dealt 4 damage to it, and with that, it is gone. Right?
Oh, okay, I see. It happened so quick, I missed that.
Yeah, it's a lot, right? But this is how armor can help you. If I played that weapon, the armor would get counted to it. It would, the free points. So this is how you can even make it even bigger. Okay, I have no mana left, so I can't use my fast spell here to deal an additional free damage. Otherwise, I would use that. Now I have to decide. I either block with both, and have an empty board, or I let him deal damage to me. I'm going to let him deal damage to me because he will be exhausted and has overwhelm anyway, so I would still get some damage.
Now, unless was your 3/4 going to get bolstered? Because otherwise, it would have been 5 against his 6, which he would have survived. Then, right?
It only gets bolsters when it attacks.
Okay, right? So you would have lost 2 units, and he would have still been
Correct.
alive.
Okay. He would have still been alive, and he would have dealt excess damage anyways because his creature has overwhelm. Right, so blocking here, you would only block here if otherwise you die, basically, right? Or you're really, really low. No, what I'm going to do now, because this guy gets health when I play a power card, which I have in my hand. So I'm going to do that. So now this is a 4 free. And I'm going to deal 4 damage to this guy, so he has no blocker. And now I'm just going to attack with both. So we're in a way racing. This gets nothing now because I have no more armor left.
No escape.
But I'm getting some health back, and I'm bringing him down, right? So now I'm putting him in front of the decision: is he going to keep attacking me when this happens or not, right? And then I'm going to end my turn.
Now, is there because I remember? Oh dear! And now I'm trying to remember. You can't block flying creatures, right? Unless you're a flying creature.
I can, but luckily, you see, my turn hasn't even started. It's waiting now because it is a fast spell, which I can play at any time, and I have power left. And this does allow me to deal free damage, which I'm going to do now before my turn is over, so that when my turn starts, before my turn starts, I have my full power.
Nice. Okay.
Do this now. Boom. It's still his turn. Now it's my turn. I have full power. Now I really would like to get 1 more mana so I could play this, my plating here, but I don't have it. And now I got to decide, do I play it as one to hope I can draw another one, or am I just going to wait? What I'm going to do here? I think I'm just going to wait, bring this out, and I'm going to end my turn. Now I have enough to block him and kill the creature until he kills one. So I don't.
Yeah, it is dangerous. He's got 3 cards in his hand at this point, which is kind of nerve-wracking.
Yeah, we're not looking great right now, but we'll see. Luckily, we pulled another land, and I have 7 green influence, so I can play this. So now I have 8 power. Now I can play this relic weapon, and that can attack twice. As you see here, my avatar. I should say an avatar can normally only attack once per turn.
Mm-hmm.
So being able to attack twice is obviously massive because now I have a weapon here and it says 6/8. And you see this is filled out with it, and I can attack twice. So I'm going to kill that guy. Boom.
Wow.
And I'm going to kill that guy. Boom. And now my weapon is gone, right? Because it had only 8 and those 2 did it. But I can attack with both now.
No escape.
What I could have done, if I could have also just attacked with this guy, because this guy would have gotten, I had 8 armor, so this would have gotten +8/+8. Right?
Oh,
and that probably would have been a smarter move, to be honest, because I could have kept my weapon, but I didn't.
Now, wait. Now, where does it say that you would have been able to play that on a creature? What's that keyword that it needed to have to say that it could be played on either on a creature or on your avatar?
That's
Versatile.
versatile. Yeah, I
Okay.
couldn't have played my Stonewall plating on the creature directly, but because with the weapon I had 8 armor here, right?
Mhm.
The weapon gives you armor too, and this guy here when he attacks gets +1/+1 equal to my armor, so he would have gotten +8/+8. Sorry, that was my phone.
Oh, okay.
Right, so that's the deal there. Okay, now I'm just gonna play a land, so this guy gets boosted, and he still has his weapon active because it wasn't killed.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to kill it now because he has only 1 left, and I attack with 4.
No escape.
Boom! So now the weapon will go away. So
But now that like, if you were attacked with 16 and he only has 1 armor, it still only takes the armor away. It doesn't roll over into his actual health, right?
correct, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, all I can do is play another land, boost this guy, so I can attack. He will probably block it because otherwise he could get really low.
No escape.
Nope, he doesn't.
No?
All right, 1 life left.
He's salty. He's just gonna rage quit.
Yeah. Oh, he makes me. This is a card I hate. That's why he didn't, because he had this blocker. He knows he can just block. Another land. This is the problem that can happen. You just draw lands now, right? Even though I pulled them in already. It's what it is. So I'm top decking now.
Well, luckily hasn't pulled any heal cards.
Okay, this is good. So I can play my -4, and this can play the weapons, right? If I pay 2, it plays a +2/+2 weapon. I'm going to do that on my guy, which will then pull another land out of my library.
Oh, good,
great.
another land.
Yeah. Well, but I'm thinning it, right, for the next one. And now this is 6/5, so I can attack, and he has to block it now, this guy.
Yeah.
Mine will die too, but I don't want the 5/4 flyer alive.
No escape.
And I have enough life to sort of survive, and this guy has double damage. Cat double damage.
Spoke
Yeah.
too soon.
Yeah. Yeah, so we need something good here. Okay, this is not great. I mean, this is a good card.
Mm-hmm.
It's my honor.
It forces him to keep a blocker or both, right? So this is a 4/4 hero. This guy, at the end of my turns, doubles the attack and health of one of my units. If it has less than Hojin, right? So the game plan here was to play weapons on this guy, and then I can double my other creatures' stats.
Oh, Bewolf, just so you know, for whatever reason, I'm not sure if it's a feature or a bug, but I don't see your cursor. If there's like multiple cards, if you could just like say the name or say the top left or whatever, because I think you're probably pointing at it with your mouse, but I don't see your pointer, so I've just been kind of more or less deciphering, but sometimes I get lost.
Got you. Yeah, I will try and do that. I was talking about Hojin, the beloved son here that I played.
Yep.
Right. When I hover over it, do you see the card become bigger? Do you see that?
Well, I can make it. No, it doesn't. Yeah, anything you're doing other than the actual movement. So like I have to open up the market. I have to. But once you tell me what card it is, I can mouse over it and see it.
Oh yeah, no, thanks for telling me. That makes it way harder. I thought you were seeing what I'm doing here. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I was talking about Hojin here, and if you hover over him, you'll see his effect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, still not looking good because I mean he would have to block with both of them. But I think what I will do now, I will play in my hand. I have the Hojin Crownbreaker, which is a 2/1. So at the end of my turn, I will double his stats if I don't do anything. That's probably what I'll do. So I'll play this.
Never stop. Never break.
Now I don't do anything, and now Hojin will double his stats. And I only do this because I have enough life. So, okay, she used a feature. This is an ultimate feature. Yeah, if you hover over the 3/3 Aegis flyer there on the right, the Lipa Witch of the Woods.
Mm-hmm.
She has a special effect that it's called ultimate. Some cards have an ultimate mechanic. Ultimate you can only use once. Okay. but then they're usually very strong effects. So in this case, you could pay 7 to transform my Hojin into a free frog. And that's what happened here. You know, Hojin used to be, Hojin is now a free frog. Okay, and I got in my hand only a gold-plated revolver. That is a +1/+1 weapon.
Yeah.
But you see, Hojin the Crownbreaker, my 4/2 creature there, is a hero. So he will get the extra effect. And because he has renown, he will pull another land, which I really don't need many of.
Ramp out your wazoo.
But at least it will thin it, right? And he became a size 7 5er and now 9/7 with the extra land. So this is really good because he has to block. And if I attack with this one too, he will lose both creatures because otherwise he'd be dead.
Right.
So plus I'm gaining some life. Boom. Boom. So the health gain is keeping us alive, right? Even though he has an advantage, but no.
Whoa.
So,
damn bats. I hate bats.
Yep, and this has a devour effect if you hover over it.
Oh, geez.
He can devour 6, he can kill an enemy unit, and this is exactly what happened.
Oh. So it seems like the last two effects were very powerful, but also incredibly expensive.
Yes.
It just so happens that, yeah. Oh.
And the only thing I drew now is my market guy, my smuggler.
Uh-huh.
This one would, in theory, allow me to swap a card from my hand with my market, which would be nice. But I don't have another card, so I could play this creature naked. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to do that because we have 35 health. I can withstand a few turns of being hit in the face.
Now, are you going to pull Sveta, the Merciful Orini?
Yes. That's what I probably would do because she's a very powerful card, obviously. Oof. Okay.
Wow.
Now, this is a problem. This became a 7/7. So...
And it's ugly. Why do ugly things?
Edges, right? So I can touch it directly, right? And you see when it hits me, I have to discard cards until I hit a unit, right? So that's pretty bad. But you'll see here, my breach of defenses. I mentioned earlier, it doesn't just work with creatures; it also works with the player. So
you got the game.
Right? Direct damage, right? I don't know if you remember the last deck when you last went to Legends. I gave you my assassin, and the whole feel with that one was direct damage because Telvanni
burn assassin
has all the silence and all the what in the world. If you directly hit it, you win. So that's what I'm gonna do. Boom.
Yep. Nice.
Right, so, those were a couple of games there. I could show another deck if you want. You can edit the deck in between. We haven't really showed that screen. Maybe I'll show that. So this is my deck here. Here just shows your cards. You can click this button and you see like a bigger overview and you see the cards I have included in here. And yeah, I was right. It is 75 cards and you need to have at least a third of them have to be power cards. So you see here my sigils.
We can't see that screen. Remember, sorry.
Okay.
Well, once all we can see is your game screen.
I keep forgetting. This is my bad. Okay. If you just go to your cards and look at any of your decks.
Okay.
It takes a moment here for me. I'm trying to follow along on my phone.
Right. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so Felon Cunning, if you click that magnifying glass there, or what looks like a magnifying glass up top.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it yet, but there it is. So yeah, then you kind of see your cards. You see your power cards, 25, that's a third. So it's just legal now. If you actually removed a prime sigil, the done button will become orange. You could still save it, but you couldn't actually play with it because it wouldn't be legal, right? And yeah, it has to be a minimum of 75 cards. You can add more if you want to, but then again, you're dealing with, watering down your consistency.
Right. And is it 4 of a kind is the max you can have?
That's correct. Yes, 4 of a kind is the max, and yeah. And then trying to think if there are legendaries you can only have 1 of in this game. I don't think so. I think even most legendaries I have here, you can have 4 times. Yeah. This might just be me not having enough experience with some of the other expansions, but I think right now I can't think of a legend, at least on top of my head, that you can only have 1 of. So yeah, I mean, in a nutshell, there's of course a lot more to learn. If somebody wants to check it out, I really would recommend the puzzles that you'll find on the home screen. They're a great way to learn the different mechanics, and they're quite fun. Similar to the puzzles we had in Tessel, really. There's obviously tons more mechanics. There's more mechanics also than Tessel had. But some are very familiar, some are different, but they're all pretty fun and pretty well done. And it takes a while to get into it. It takes longer to get the cards, so I wouldn't even worry about being competitive. But the casual mode is always fun to kind of play. And I also would recommend, once you have enough money, to play what they call the month-long league. You'll also find that. That's essentially like a booster format where you open cards throughout the month and try to build a deck from it. So everybody is kind of at a disadvantage unless you get really lucky. And then you play that throughout the month. And even if you're not doing great, you're going to at least get your value back in cards. If not more, if you win only a few games, right? So that's pretty fun. And then depending on the meta, so in the last expansion, towards the end, I got to a point where I could play competitively and started moving up. I wasn't in the top there yet, but getting there, or at least playing competitively with people that are in the top. I made some friends here already, pretty nice people too. But it does take a while. And then once the new expansion hit and I had less cards of them, I'm rebuilding this now, right? But then as you go through it, you'll become more and more competitive, right? And there are some decks, there's budget decks, just like there were in Tessel, where you really always have a chance. Even if you're low on cards, there's decks you can play where you'll be all right.
Right. Now, so from what I can gather, and correct me if I'm missing something, there isn't, like with Tesla, you could grind 300 soul gems a day and get, and use those gems directly to buy cards. It seems like the primary currency for getting cards is the gems, and there really isn't a way to get those without, like, organically per se.
Yeah,
right?
That's a good question. So we'll have what they call shift stone. That is like that orange looking stone next to your decks up there. That's what you can use to craft cards from your deck when you go into crafting mode. You get shift stone by either destroying some of your extra cards, or any card really, just like you would in Tessel.
Right.
You also get 100 shift stone whenever you get a new pack. Automatically you get 100 shift stone. Okay. So, and you can get packs obviously just from playing. So if you play Gauntlet well and you get those level ups, you usually get a pack. Plus you always get cards and money. So you build your collection that way. And the money you can then actually use to buy packs in the store, right?
Okay.
At least single packs. I think a pack is 1,000. The gems that you see, like the purple triangle thingies, those you buy with actual money, right? If you want to spend some money, and then you can buy. They're a cheaper way to buy like expansions and whatnot. And if you play the game and you enjoy it, I would recommend to buy at least. There's a a few good starter decks or other sets, just like in Tessel. I did that too, A, to get me started, and B, after going through Tessel, I want to support people a little bit and give them some money if I play it, right? And if I play this a while, then why would I not say, hey, let me at least give you a little bit of money here?
Right.
But you don't have to, right? I mean, you can play this game totally free if you want to and make it work. It'll just take a little bit longer, right? But you can.
Well, we kind of want to learn from the. I wouldn't blame losing Tessel all on, how much free stuff they had, but it's one of those things where if you enjoy it or you think you're going to enjoy it, paying for stuff is the best way to do all that you can to make sure that it's going to stick around.
I agree, 100,000%, right? So, and everybody has, different budgets and whatnot. But I think most people have a coffee at least, right? So, so even if it's a small amount, I would say, hey, I'm gonna do a little bit. That is if you enjoy the game and play it, right? Because everything else by default is free, right? You don't have to spend any money. And so, good final question there, or end question. I mean, we don't have to stop or anything, but I don't want to bore anybody. I haven't been following the chat or anything. I'll be happy to play a different deck to show some different mechanics if you like.
Sure.
Otherwise, here, I'm going to just concede the current gauntlet so I can switch my deck.
Oh, and just to get clarification, because Denise had mentioned this as well. He's like, and you said at the beginning, the gauntlet is great, but as you'll be able to see in a second, when I pull up my gauntlet, I've got four of them checked off, and then I've got 3 locked shields. My understanding is there's a new gauntlet I think it's every either month or every week or something, and if you get in the first day or two, it's free, but after that, it's behind. You have to pay for it. Is that right?
No. The way this works is once you go through, the gauntlet is a total of 7 games, where the first 6 are against random AI, and the 7th one is still AI, but it's usually like they put an additional effect into the game that usually benefits the AI, right? So, gotcha. For example, it may be the bolster deck that we just played against, but it will have the effect that you get 1 armor every turn. So he has his bolster guaranteed, right? So they make it significantly harder. It's like the final boss, basically.
Right.
If you go through all 7, you move up 1 level, right? So your kind of bronzes Minotaur head there over the gauntlet would turn silver, and all of your AI opponents will become more difficult, right? But you get a nice reward every time you level up. So my recommendation is to each season play at least for all the levels, and if you then still in the beginning want to just make some money and grind, just continue playing, right? You won't get the level up benefits anymore, but you still get good benefits if you play through. So the only reason those are locked right now is because you haven't played them yet. If you played your next game and you win, that becomes unlocked too.
Okay, so that works. Okay, that's good to know. That's really good to know. I misunderstood that then initially.
You won 4 times, and you see your current prize would be 1 wooden treasure and 2 bronze treasures, right? You win the next one, they probably become all bronze treasures. If you win the one after that, you'll get a silver one, right? And so you get better prizes the more you win. Okay.
All right.
I dig it. Not to pay anything for it.
Cool. Right? That's where my shift stone and my gold have been coming from, or been winning with those gauntlets. Is that?
Yeah. So it'll tell you what you get at the end, right? When you claim your rewards, it'll tell you whatever it is. You get those. You see the current price, and then you open those treasures, and then those treasures, depending on their level, so bronze, silver, gold, whatever, give you different rewards. Plus, there's a chance. I think it's a 10% chance that a treasure chest will just upgrade by itself. So let's say you would lose the next game, and so your gauntlet would be over. There is a chance that your wooden chest turns into a bronze chest, or that your bronze chest turns into a silver chest. And it could, in theory, happen twice. I had it happen where I had a silver chest that turned into a gold, and then the gold one turned into a diamond. And then you get a real nice, you get like 1,800 coins, and you get a deck and a rarer card or something like that, right? So
All right. Well, before we jump, well, actually, tell you what. Let's jump into the next game, and I'll ask like any questions about the game
Sure.
that you're playing, but then also just in particular, just so that there's shenanigans afoot here.
I jumped in. Yep.
Yep. So, like for somebody starting out, because it really is like I played Tesla and I played Magic, and this still to me somehow has even more complexity than Magic. Not the, I wouldn't say the quote unquote bad kind where it's like there's so much card text that it's like, size 2 font and you're just having to like sift through all the numbers, but it's a lot more with including the avatar. There's a lot more branches, and you still have the what do you call those, the instance
Right.
and things like that to worry about, and so it just seems like there's a lot more. What, like when you first started out and having to sift through everything, did you just go, okay, were you thinking, let me just make a good mid-range deck to start off with? Is it easier to make an aggro deck that'll be effective? I mean, where do you start when you've got so many options and there's no way you're going to be able to make a deck with all of that in mind?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I just play what I have, right? So, I'm a big fan of just learning by doing, really. And so, yeah, that means you lose, but the Gauntlet helped me a lot. You can also, you can observe others. I made some friends as I started playing some games, and I observed them. They're helpful. It's very similar to Tesla. It has a few more mechanics, but those are they're really not that overwhelming once you play them a couple times. As I mentioned, the puzzles will help a lot with it too, and then you just got to get that ingrained. That comes relatively quickly. They also have what they call chapters. I know Denise really enjoys those. I think every week they have a chapter where you can get cards and play. So you can, if you don't feel like you're ready to play real people, you can always there's a lot you can do just with the game itself and just play and learn it that way. Take your time. I think the only thing that overwhelmed me is that the game is still alive, right? So they have an active rotation. So after the first few months and I had it figured out, a new rotation came in, whole new mechanics, whole new cards. I was like, oh, no, I felt like I have to start from zero again. But that went away really quickly, right? Because there's still a lot of the cards that remain the same, and so yeah. And then I just kind of go through my card library and I see what can I build. Yeah, and it's true, of course. Initially, those will be easier cards. But then if you use your grinding and you use your grindstone effectively, for example, I'm one of those people, I don't keep they have premium cards here too and all that. I don't keep those right now because I need to build my main library, right?
Yeah.
And so I strategically try to think okay, this deck is like halfway there, but it really needs this legendary or this rare card. And then I get him, right? One recommendation I would make, especially in the beginning, is to get those markets guide, like the Hidden Road Smuggler that you see on my right side right now in my hand.
Yep.
That is the green and purple version of the card you saw earlier, right? So this allows me to swap a card. The market is one of the most underplayed when you start out. I didn't use the market at all. But obviously the market is super powerful. Once I started playing other players, I learned how important the market is, because it allows you to react to situations that you not necessarily, that you need to tutor, right? And my markets are not even close to being really ideal, but they are, it's a big help.
And is it as exactly as you see it there? It's one of each of the, so you get 5 cards total to put in your market?
5 cards total. There are effects and things that can change the market, right? Mm-hmm. There's even cards that disallow your opponent from using the market, or make it so that cards can leave the market. You can steal cards from your opponent's market and add them to yours. I mean, there is mechanics like that, depending on what expansion and what you're playing, right? But it all kind of makes sense. So once you learn the basic battle skills and all of that, there's a good help file too, a good FAQ that I would recommend, linked from within the app. If you go to help or whatever it's called there, play the puzzles, and then just kind of play. I mean, Denise and I, we play games against each other every once in a while just for fun, and then just kind of, do it at your own pace, right? I mean, there's some people, I don't know if Daniel is on. He would play. He would probably after a month have it all figured out and be going into Diamond, right?
Right.
I am somewhere in the middle as always. I'm pretty competitive if I play against some of the top players are my friends, and I can hold myself. They're better, no doubt, but I can hold. It's not embarrassing.
Right.
and I do win sometimes, right? So, but yeah, I think you got to do it at your own speed, right? But the overwhelming factor I wouldn't say is any worse than I felt like with Tesla in the beginning when I started.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. And it depends how much experience you have with cards. In fact, I feel like after having played Tesla, even though I played Magic the Gathering in like its real card form, I hadn't played really any digital, trading card games before, or at least not much. So Tesla was really where I kind of got it, like some of the bigger concepts, right? If you have played Tesla, I no longer have to explain curve to you or resource management and those kinds of more general things that apply to all games, really. Anyways, I'm going to redraw here because, as you notice, we're playing green and red, and I don't have a single green land or any of my double lands except for Hojin here, who I could play as a land, but that's not enough. So I'm going to redraw. And I'm still not getting any of my lands. I made it worse.
I was going to say that almost looks like the exact hand you had before. Like,
yeah,
four of the cards are the exact same.
Now I have no green, so I can only play my purple land. And you'll notice some of the decks are the same. This is because some of the cards are the same. Because green is one of the colors I have better cards in, so you'll see that often comboed. So that's part of how it works, right? I played like green and red first, and then I had some good mechanics in green, and now in this case, I'm adding purple to it. And in here, the gameplay, if I remember this right, I have a double land, is basically to play the game, but removing everything. You see, this here kills all units and gives them void bound, so they cannot be brought back from the graveyard.
Whoa, that's a spicy
This
one.
is the 4 cost, yeah.
But the art is so disappointing for a card of that magnitude. It's almost like clip art. Come on, guys. Man.
I would agree with you in general. Yeah, I think the art is okay in this game. It's better than some other games I tested. But yeah, I don't think it gets to Tesla's level. But Tesla's level was phenomenal, right? Overall, right? There were some funny cards, as you rightfully pointed out at times. But overall, they're pretty good.
Well, I mean, even here, like the art that I'm seeing on here, like unequivocally, is amazing. The Nothing Remains and the gold-plated revolver are two that look out of place. Like everything else looks pretty polished. Those look just very, like, just grab something from somewhere.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
That's a bummer.
So let's see. I think I will again pull some Justice Sigil out of my library by getting Reclaim from the market with my Smuggler. So I'm going to play my Smuggler. And yeah, now the question, what do I give away? I think I'm going to give away my gold-plated revolver for now. Get the Reclaim. It costs 4, so I won't be able to play it because I only have 3 mana. So you see the I always say mana power. The power is a real factor here, right? Built my unit, not good. Oh well.
Send a message.
Okay, so he has a dark elf that's just naked, and then now we have a Ripknife Assassin that has Deadly and Warcry.
Oh, so that's essentially lethal, and
that's lethal, and Warcry is like
Rally.
Like Rally, only it applies to the top creature of your deck, not in your hand.
Right.
Okay. I luckily got another land, so I could already play this, but it's too early to do that. What I'm going to play right now, am I going to let him just hit me? I think I am going to just let him hit me and play a couple more, grab a couple lands.
Now, why not the Minotaur Plate Maker? What was?
I could have done that, but it would die to the deadly creature.
Oh, right. Okay, I see. So you want fodder for that then?
Yeah, I mean, I could have played either the Minotaur Plate Maker or the Blood-Sucking Skeeter that you see there. I like the Bloodsucking Skeeter for later because it's flying, has lifesteal, so I can get some health back. But most importantly, it can't be targeted directly, right? So it's kind of like a why do I forget all the names, right? The 7/7 dragon that can't be targeted in Tessel.
Yeah, Nahagleaf.
Nahagleaf, that's right. Wow, it's time I play that game again.
We'll blaze a path.
Now the downside, like unlike Tesla, like you could play the Bloodsucking Skeeter, but as long as they've got a card on the board that can block it, I mean,
it would still die to it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But there's also part of me that wants him to play more and more creatures before I play my Voidbound.
Right.
The exception is the Warcry, right? He's buffing up his creatures while I'm doing that, so I don't like that. So what I will do now is I'm playing my Headhunter, which is the one in the far right here. I can pay 2 and twist it, and the twisting, remember, gives you +1, -1, so it would kill the Headhunter. But I can put a curse on a unit that would allow me to draw 2 cards when it dies.
Oh, okay.
I know his creatures will die next turn because I have Voidbound in my hand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it, and I'm going to use its ability, and it doesn't really matter which one I pick. I'm gonna pick the Warcry one because that one I know for sure. So I'm sacrificing my creature essentially. Now the Ripknife Assassin has a curse on it, signified by that blue diamond at the bottom there, which means it has a wanted poster on it. When this cursed unit dies, I draw 2 cards. Okay.
Now,
and
do you have to twist on the turn that you play it, or could you have waited a turn?
No.
Okay.
I could have waited a turn, right? So that would have been an option. If I had even more mana, I could have then played my Minotaur and buff up my Headhunter so that I could twist him and he would stay alive, right?
Right.
Now is at very least a turn to play it. I'm playing somewhat risky, but I'm going to play Nothing Remains. Everything will die, and I'm going to draw 2 cards. So this is one of those decks that's a little annoying to a lot of people because it's essentially a control deck where I try to control the board through spells. There's other spells in here that I just haven't drawn yet that help me to control the deck, the board state. Okay, I'm going to play some life gain. I'm going to play my Bloodsucking Skeeter that can give me some life, and I'm going to play my Hojin Crownbreaker, which will get life when I draw power. But I know next turn I can give it power with one of my Minotaur Plate Makers, because that can play a weapon on him, and that weapon will draw a Justice Sigil.
Let's see. It says, oh, okay. Play 2+2+ weapon. Now is that a generic weapon, or is it a sword? Is like a steel dagger or something, or?
It's it's a good question. I should look at it. I think it is generic, but I'll look at it. He just killed it, so that's not going to happen. But he couldn't play it on my Bloodsucking Skeeter, right? Which is nice. It's resistant to it. So I'm going to attack first, get a little bit of life back. And now I have 7 power, and I know I want to play my Stormwall Plating sometime soon. So in the far right, I got a Spire Loyalist, which also has Inscribe. So I could play it as if it was power. And even though that's a cool creature that has lifesteal and another mechanic called Valor that we haven't discussed yet, I'm going to do that. Valor, just to have talked about it, is a mechanic that gives the creature +1/+1 for each unit that blocks it. So if one unit blocks it, it becomes a 5/7. If 2 units, it becomes a 6/8, and so forth.
Okay.
But I'm going to just play it as a sigil. Unfortunately, he killed my other one. So I think I'm going to play my Minotaur Plate Maker as well. Now, the disadvantage of the Skeeter is I also can play a weapon on it, right? Because spells and weapon can't be played directly on this, which is also true for me.
Wait. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bummer.
Yeah, so it's a
Message.
the reason I like it still is because this guy is very hard to remove, right? Unless I decide to use it as a blocker, because it has deadly, I know it's going to remove a creature.
Yep.
And you have to silence it, right? And then that's really the only way here. So now I have enough mana for my Stormhold Plating, which I will play with gusto.
Was that a little flavor text there? I will play with gusto.
So I can attack twice. So I attack the first time to remove his creature, which was, you saw it was a buffed creature from his earlier war cries. The Ripknife Assassin is now a 5/5 for 2, which is crazy. But luckily I could destroy it. Now I'm going to attack him again, and I can attack his face now because he doesn't have a creature. So I'm going to do that. Boom. And I still got my creatures to attack, and I'll do that as well. So,
and now as long as... Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just turning the board, right? You see, that's kind of what I like. I like to sort of like start out and then just turn the state. So I still have my weapon, and unless he has something to remove my weapon, he's dead next turn. Yeah, he doesn't.
So the weapon will stay with you as long as the armor's not getting knocked off. So you essentially have 12 points of damage every single turn until you lose that 3 armor.
So he could play a creature. If he plays a creature, I can't attack him directly with this weapon. Then I have to attack the creature first.
But it said you attack twice. Is that only for the first time that you attack? Oh, okay.
So let's say we'll play a 3/3 creature now, right? I would have to kill the creature first before I could get to him, but because I have only 3 armor left, if I attack a 3/3, that will also kill my weapon.
Right. Okay.
Right? But it looks like he didn't have a creature, so I can just go boom and boom.
Down he goes. So that seems to be the way. Well, I mean, I would say this deck, but this is the second deck where I mean, almost all of them have been come from behind, kind of thing.
It's kind of like I said. It's sort of like the mechanics that I have access to right now when I'm playing. That's one of them. Yeah, where the first deck is more like it builds my creatures and whatnot. This deck is more like I don't care what you have. I'm just going to remove it all. And eventually I'll get to my big weapons and destroy you that way, right? So here I have enough lands. I think I'm just gonna keep that hand. See what else we got here. We got another Stormhold Plating, some good creatures. I'm gonna keep that.
Yeah, hey, that's a great hand. Two sigils and 2 2s.
Yeah. Yep, that's a pretty good hand. And this is great in the beginning. I can give enemy units -1. This often comes in very handy, that Unseen Marksman. But it does have a contract-free cost. So I have to pay a free hour over time. Because I have 2 of them, I'm just going to play one like that naked without the effect. It's still a great 2-drop at free, right? So that works very similar to Tessel, right? So a 2-cost 2/2 is okay. 2-cost 3/3 is good. Okay, so we have a Warcry creature, which is bad, but he won't attack naked because he would lose it. I think. Do I play the other one? I think I'll do, just to make sure I have another blocker. I could now play the Debt to give this -1 health, but I don't think that wouldn't do anything. So I'm going to skip it. And I'm going to attack with the other one. If he blocks, his creature dies. Otherwise, he takes 3 to the face. All right.
Now, so are you at the point now that you've played enough where you're not really surprised by? Because I remember that was the great thing when I learning Magic after Tessel was how much stuff was like, oh crap, well, I didn't know that could do that. I mean, are you at the point now where there's really not, when you start to see how the deck is being played, you're not like, oh crap, I didn't think he would have that card in this deck, or I didn't know that existed. Does it become predictable?
Yeah, to some degree, right? I mean, within the expedition format, for sure, right? Once you go into the throne format where everything is allowed, there's many cards I don't know, right? But I stick to the expedition format to keep the the landscape I have to explore to a manageable format, right? So here the opponent had a relic weapon. You see the 3/2 Sword of Icaria if you look at its discard pile. That is a weapon, a relic weapon that also has Warcry. So he buffed another creature in his deck. And he killed one of my creatures, which allowed him to attack with his Warcry creature because mine was exhausted, which gave him another buff. So not good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Furious Magniventris, my little dinosaur.
All right. Oh, you cute little dinosaur.
I'm going to stun it, yeah. So now that creature is stunned. I can attack. We'll do so. And you remember that dinosaur from before? It gets buffed by whatever armor I have left when it attacks.
Oh, right.
Yep. And if I had one more power card, which I am drawing, luckily, I can play Hojin, my beloved son, which at the end of the turn will double the power of any creature as long as it's lower than Hojin's. So here, what I had to learn, I'm going to play him.
My honor.
If I attack now with my dinosaur here, it will get buffed. It will become a 6/7, which at this point would be too much for Hojin to buff him. So I could only buff this one, right? But I'm okay with that. I'm going to attack with both.
Now, does it have to be so? Let's say you hadn't attacked with it; it would be a 3/4. He's a 4/4. Would he double just your power, or
No,
would he
both.
not double anything?
Yeah, no, it doubles both, right? If you hover over Hojin, you'll see it doubles both the attack and the health of one of my units. As long as as long as the attack is lower than Hojin's.
Okay, yeah, I did not finish reading the card. It's on the card, Jesse. It's on the card. Read the card. It's on the card. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
So but
it
now,
work?
because I mentioned my dinosaur was buffed, so now if I click end turn, my only option will be to double my Unseen Marksman, which is still not so bad because it'll become a 6/6 now.
Nice, and that's a permanent buff, right? Does 6/6 essentially now?
Correct.
But is that affected by silence? Because in Legends, that's what it was. If it was green,
Yeah.
it meant.
No, that's the nice difference, right? Because silence here only removes the text.
Yeah.
So this contract that I couldn't play now, that the contract you can only do when you summon the card, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all that would happen is the text would be removed, but it will remain a 6/6.
Gotcha. That's just letting you know the stats have been buffed abnormally, but it doesn't. It's not changeable. That's good. That's nice.
Right. Okay, I'm going to play my Plate Maker now in the hopes that I can buff my Hojin so that it becomes a 6/6. That would allow me then to, keep buffing, essentially. Mm-hmm. And because he only has one creature, I'm going to attack with all of them. And because my Minotaur that I just played is a 2/5 with double damage, it will be doubled. And so that's another of the little synergies I have in here.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is a low attack.
The throne.
Raging. Oh, I already won.
Yeah, I was going to say that's...
Yeah, I didn't do the math, but it allows me, because of the low attack, it allows me to double it. So it will become 4, but in reality it's 8 because my Minotaur has double damage. Mm-hmm. So that's how some of these mechanics work. Right? Cool.
Wow. And so that was an authoritative win right there. That was
a more authoritative win, right? And you see, no, you can't see that. Yeah, but my current prices are going up. I wish next time we should do a thing where I share the whole screen or something. Yeah. What I can do now is we can do we can do like a real game, which I'll probably lose, but let's play a real game. I'm gonna play a ranked game in Expedition now. Currently it says estimated wait time is 30 seconds. So even though it has a relatively small player base, just like Tesla, I think it must be still a little bit more than Tesla had, at least towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Because generally I don't have to wait very long, even if I play at odd times.
Right. Do you know, like, at one point you could look and see, the quote unquote concurrent players for Legends. Do we know roughly how many people are in the community, or is that
it's tough with these games, just like it was with Tesla, right? You can look it up on Steam or Steam Stats, but that doesn't include the people that played on mobile, right? And for example, I played Tesla mostly on my iPad, rarely on through Steam, right? So Steam would miss a lot of my play activity. So I think the Steam stats are for both of these games probably under representing what really is going on. If you look at it that way, though, I think on Steam stats, you could look it up. It's only a few hundred at this point, like concurrent players.
Right. Oh, but no. So okay, I don't want to glaze over that. So you said you're playing on you usually play on iPad. So this is not just a Steam only game. You can actually I could go to Direwolf, I guess is it?
Yeah, you can just download the app just like in Tesla, right?
Okay.
So, all right, I'm playing against a real guy now, so I'm gonna keep it a little quicker because I don't want to let people wait. And the guy I'm playing is a pro. You can always tell because they have these nice backgrounds and whatnot. So we will most likely lose this because I don't have a great hand either.
Now we say back.
Yeah, they have the background, and the lands he plays are all like the custom lands.
Oh, premium stuff.
Yeah, he just played a curse on me. When I draw an additional card, it increases the cost.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. This one is already pretty much gone. And he's playing the Empire colors, which here also are kind of a control. Yeah, this is not good at all.
Finest weapons.
Let's see here. I'm going to get rid of you. I'm going to get my reclaim.
Now,
which now
feel free to not answer because I know you got to be thinking. But like, is this like with Legends? Like, if you're going up against Empire, if you don't close it out by turn 10, you might as well pack it in because between New Era and the whatever they're called, the guards, the whatever, the scout. Yeah. Is it the same thing here, or can you beat Control with this because just of how the game is set up? It's meant for Control, but it's not a given? Or
kind of depends on the deck, right?
Okay.
So if I played like my pure aggro deck now, I would probably already just give up, right? Because I can tell, he's stealing my creatures. I am probably screwed here. This deck always has a chance, but it is not very likely that we're gonna win this. I'm gonna attack because he's gonna not block it. If he loses this guy he just played, if you just hover over some of the cards, it'll steal my creatures unless I kill it, basically, right? So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this is a total control deck, playing cards that I don't have access to necessarily yet, but it's okay. That's part of it all. Now he's stealing another. I really need my removal. If I don't get my removal, I'm screwed.
That board clear?
Yeah. Because he's gonna buff cards now.
Wow.
Yeah, see, this is an 8. Look at that. Let's see here. I'm going to get my extra lands and then do nothing. Yeah, it would be great if I get another market card. I have this card that allows me to I'm gonna block this guy. That allows me to destroy everything that's above 4.
Okay.
Only the best.
See, that's what he's getting now. That's what I needed.
Well, now you don't have is there a strategic reason for not putting a copy of the board clear in the market? Is it because you want 4 copies of it in your main deck, or?
What I can do now, I can get my guy back. You see, this guy stole my Minotaur, so if I kill this guy,
right,
I got my Minotaur back. So that's good.
And he keeps the buffs that he got from the other side of the board.
Yep.
Oh, very nice. So that's a high risk.
and then I'm gonna stun an enemy units, and that's it.
Okay, now so that strikes because 2-3 that 2-3 seems to me that'd be more of a early game for a more aggressive build than a long term, because you're counting on grabbing a whole bunch of creatures and hitting before your opponent can remove your creature, right?
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. I can now use my plating.
Yay!
Clever beast.
Boom. And you see, I still have more of everything else because I had armor before, right? So that's why I didn't block. Yeah. Oh, that's why I did block. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm running into this like I said. I can only imagine how hard it is for you to play and talk all the time. It's hard for me to do it at the same time. But see, now he's thinking, what's he going to do? Okay.
Wait, so he played nothing?
Now we're going to... Yeah, I think he just gave up.
Really?
No, he has an
of
ambush.
paradise.
Okay. So now instead of him, his card will take the damage. And he probably pulled something from his market that allows him to kill my weapon next turn. But we'll see. We'll do this. Then I play this, use this, play another weapon. Now he is 7-11 and he deals double damage. Unless he can block it somehow, he can stun it.
Pay for your
Otherwise he
crimes.
would have been dead.
I was gonna say, well, you're burning through his cards. He doesn't have a whole lot left. This is a heck of a turnaround.
Yeah, it's now he plays a site. It's something we haven't discussed. That's another feature.
What?
Yeah, but he's done. Yeah.
Wow, look at you!
I got it.
I mean, that was great for drama. You were like, oh, turn one. Oh, we can't win. It's all over. There's no possible way.
It really didn't look like we would. I think we got lucky that I was able to pull my extra lands, which allowed me to play my Stormwall plating, that big weapon, and he did not have an answer for that. So because this was my first versus win of the day, so this is another reason why I recommend when you first start out to play a game a day and try to win a game a day. You get a free pack, and that free pack not only gives you more cards, it also gives you automatically 100 shift stone, and that really helps you. So I often say, play the gauntlet, try to build a deck that eventually allows you to win one game a day,
Right.
and then from there you get there, right? It's yeah. Ooh, and I got a new legendary in my pack, which is also nice.
Wait, it's telling me to claim my rewards too. I'm guessing that's like, I don't want to click on anything because I'm afraid of what would happen.
No, he wants you to open. So play one expedition casual. Oh, that it just shows you what I had. Click the treasure chest. Or is that from me?
I thought it was.
Play
I don't know.
Expedition casual or ranked battle. Yeah, so that was me. That's weird though. So you see, you get rewards, and you see how that treasure chest updated to a gold one.
Yeah.
So now you get more, and you got a free booster. But that's funny because I didn't get that. Why are you getting this? This is funny.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, it'd be great to get paid to spectate, but
yeah, because that was different from what I got. I wonder. So hit the OK button. See if you got a new pack. You do. You got it. So you see, and now if you click that pack, if you click the one on your DAX there, if you open it, you also automatically get 100 shift stone. You see it's at 1715 right now. If you open it, if you click it, you see now got 1815, and you get new call.
But is it?
Discovered a bug we can exploit.
Wow. Hey, yeah, this is great. Okay, but I don't know. That feels bad, but I mean, like, wow. So, but it's I'm getting paid for my color commentary, even though it's just distracting you essentially.
That's what it must be. That's what it must be. Unless you had played a game recently that you won and you never claimed your rewards or something.
No, I certainly haven't won a game against a human being.
That's what the reward was for, a casual or ranked game. And it was a different reward than what I got, because I just opened my reward and it was different. So
wow. Well, hey, win again and we'll see what happens. I'm going to need you to win, though. Huh?
But those were ranked games, so let's see where I'm at in ranked anyways here. If I go to my profile, okay, yeah, doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna play another ranked. Oh, and it's another good one, another good player. It's okay. I'm gonna redraw that.
Oh, that's not bad. I mean, well, never mind. That's actually not really great, is it? I mean, there's no...
Yeah, it's not ideal. I have a lot of land, but I'm not allowed to play. But I tend to prefer having the land in the beginning. Also, I have never said hello. I got to say hello. So they have the same mechanics here. They have different prompts. He responded. Oh, and he had a fancy response too that you earn over time. So this is definitely one of the higher players.
See, and I was torn when I started getting further in Magic, when you can upgrade all those things, and it was like, do I want to, have cool things that show that I've been doing this for a while and I've earned different stuff, or do I want to go in as a sleeper so they don't know that I'm actually like amazing and play psychological games?
The removal, he's playing very rare, some rarer high cards here. This last guy he played, that's why he said, hey, good job. Probably has another one. The gold mine. I need to even look up what that is. He just played a relic. At the end of your turn, if the enemy player took 3 or more damage, create and draw a treasure trove. So basically allows him to draw cards. Okay, I'm gonna play you.
There are no secrets.
So is he aggro then?
It's hard to say at this point. He just played a bunch of card draw cards, so that this would allow him to draw a lot of cards. And I think he's trying to do something with the unblockable mechanic.
Yeah, that's
I'm gonna
aggro.
make you big and attack.
Much.
And then I'm gonna end my turn. I could have played the other guy to play. Yeah, I can't block this guy. He's unblockable, literally, right? While he has a relic, which he has one of. Oh, I can destroy that relic. I forgot.
Oh.
This is a flag that gives him mana. Okay.
Oh, it's not a dragon. It's a dinosaur.
Now this guy no longer has unblockable, and I'm going to attack again. Now he has to think, is he going to block, or is he going to take it? He's taking it.
Much.
Interesting.
And that'll be it for me for now.
And you said non-flying creatures can block flying creatures?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Right, there's of course mechanics that either give you flying or for big creatures from flying. There's different things you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now he has a relic again. Ooh, but I have one too. I'm gonna dispel his weapon there.
Nice.
Now if I attack with both, he has to block the big guy. That means I'm gonna get 2 additional mana.
Much.
Okay. So now I have that. I can play him, and I can play my Hojin, which will double when I end my turn. My other flyer will become a 4/10.
Ooh.
So, luckily I'm on a roll here as we're streaming. It's not normally how it goes.
Well, see, I'm getting your rewards. You're getting streamer luck. I think that's how that works.
There you go. There you go.
Some good synergy.
Yep. Okay, your honor is noted. Thanks for the game.
Wow.
Okay, we
Nicely
got that.
done.
Now let's see if you get another reward.
Yeah.
So I actually
No.
went up a little now. I'm going for the tiers, and I get another reward. I get a gold one. Nice. So you get good rewards here if you just play, right? So that's why I encourage people to try out. Once you have a deck that somewhat works, don't be afraid to play at least casual or even ranked. There's really not much to lose, right? I mean, I just don't care. So whatever if I'm not in the top here. But it gives you so much exposure to really understand how the game works. And obviously, just like in Tessel, there is a difference between AI and real players. You begin to understand the meta, what people are playing, and all of these things. That's how you learn. So I would do a little bit of everything. It's okay to start out just AI and whatnot, but sooner than rather, I would also throw in some real games in there. It just makes you, I lost a bunch at first, but with each game I understood a little bit more what's going on, where I make my mistakes, what cards repeatedly show up, right? And then you understand how to build your deck to have some answers against certain things, right? Like, for example, the guy that I had in my deck now that can destroy relics I didn't have before. And then I crafted him because I knew there's a need. If I don't have any answer for any of the relics, that's going to make my life very hard, at least in the current meta. So I added him, right? So just as an example.
Yeah, and I remember that was kind of it was the bittersweet fun of like Magic, where I see a card and I'm like, oh gosh, well that sucks for me now, but I'm gonna make a note of the name of that card and I'm gonna try to craft it next time because it's really freaking awesome. It's just hanging me out to dry right now.
Right. Yeah. So what I'll do now is, I'm not sure, I wish you could. No, you cannot really see it. I could play a forge. If I do that, I don't know. Can you spectate me right now, just selecting the cards? I don't know what it says. You can, right?
No. A little eye will pop up as soon as you're doing something that I can see. And
here, Brave is testing once offered to test the dinosaurs with me. I don't know. Still up? I'm gonna ask her if she's still up. I missed that message. It's my bad. Brave, if you're still on, sorry about that. I'm just gonna try and challenge her and see what happens.
I may be able to wake her up. Denise loves Thorana. Thorana is her bestie. They're going to spend a lot of time together. She's going to craft it when Legends comes out. That's the first card she's going to craft. If that does, if she's not comatose, that'll wake her up.
Yeah, I'm just giving her a minute. I'm currently waiting for her to accept my challenge.
I really am curious now about that, because now I made a mistake. I actually clicked on the screen, which last time I didn't. So I'm wondering, I would hate for that to be an exploitable bug, but obviously if clicking on the screen and exiting out prevents it, that's fine, unless that's a feature. I don't know.
I don't know. I wonder, if you said you never played against a real person, then there's no way you could have gotten a reward, because it was, if I read that right, it was for the first casual or ranked game, and those are both against real people.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not accepting. I don't know if she hasn't responded in chat, then she's probably already out.
Yeah.
She just goes online here, yeah.
I hadn't seen her in a while.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'm gonna see if I can. How do I see my friends' profile? If you search, I don't know how that works, but try and search for a profile called Mr. Ribs. It's MRIBS, like literally Mr. Ribs.
Wait, okay. So MR. Do you have the full?
I don't, and it doesn't show it to me here, so that's why I wonder if it'll give you the options if you search for Mr. Ribs, all one word.
So it says I can add a friend, but it doesn't just have like a general search.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep. It doesn't allow you to do that. So this is a good question. How do I find out what my friend's full username is? Like, if I wanted you to, like, because he's playing right now.
Oh,
and
okay.
We could have just looked at him. I'm gonna just message him. Hey there. We're streaming some channel. Do you want?
Yeah, I was gonna say it shows mine, but it doesn't show any.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't show anybody else's. That's weird.
Yeah. A nice feature here is when you play somebody, you also see your last play, whoever you played against last,
Ah.
and it will then it allows you to add them as a friend, right? So, but it's a little weird that I can't tell that it doesn't give me the full name when I click on him. It just shows me Mr. Ribs. Yeah. You know what we can do is why don't we do a game? I know we do it slow, it's just for showing purposes, but we can both play like one of the pre-built decks, right? So it's fair.
Okay.
So if you go into, I mean, you just challenge me with any of the decks that you have, and then I use any of the decks I have that are pre-built. I haven't even played them, so I really wouldn't be knowing what I'm doing either.
All right. Let's see. So did we do throne or expedition?
Let's do
Doesn't
expedition.
Okay.
We're gonna click on expedition because there you will have some decks.
All right. I'll try this one. There we go. Hand of Justice. Beware my hand of justice.
Uh-oh. Okay. I'm going to accept that challenge with Olo's Ranger School. Whatever that is. Honestly,
sounds kind of nerdy.
Never played it.
All right.
Okay, I gotta kind of see what I got here. So yeah, just take your time and read for some of the cards and just apply common sense as far as you can right now, and go from there.
Now this is saying, because I happen to have a flying, and it says can only be blocked by other units with flying. Is that
Yes.
only certain cards or certain flying cards or?
No, that's what I meant, right? Or did I misunderstand the question earlier?
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
For flying, you need another creature that can block it. Otherwise, otherwise you can't. But there are some cards that prevent creatures from flying or that give flying and all of that good stuff, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
And there is some that nomad battle mechanic we saw earlier, where you only fly during your turn, but not during the opponent's turn.
Okay.
Okay, you have an early threat with a Warcry Minotaur Grunt. It's not bad, because I have no answer at all. All I can do is pull some more mana or power from my deck, which is what I will be doing.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. So he's gonna. Now, is this like Magic where you can play cards at different phases, or do I need to play a card now if I want to make sure I want to play it?
There are different phases, but you can play after your attack. You can still play cards.
Okay.
In fact, that's just like in Tessel, usually what you want to do depending on what's going on. Or sometimes, even if I don't have anything, I attack first just to make my opponent think that maybe I have another instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even though I don't have anything, and they sometimes let the damage go through because they fear I have a card that would otherwise kill their blockers.
Right. Okay. So that's all right. So that's good. Then I'll do that.
Okay.
I
So
fly
now
to the
you
throne.
buffed the next unit in your deck just gotten +1/+1 because your Warcry went through and hit me. So you're playing a Warcry deck, and now you have another one flying. That's really not good for me. I'm going to. See, I can kill one of your creatures. I gotta decide which one. Right?
But you don't want to do that because that would be mean.
The 1/3 has the better stats, but the flying is something that worries me. So I'm going to actually take care of your flyer. Unless, I mean, there are certain cards I know right now you only have green influence, but in blue there's also negations, right? You could negate a spell, fast spell.
I'm just
if you let a war cry live too long, that's really not good, because creatures will get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, that's a snowbally.
Okay. Okay, and this is why I killed your flyer. This is not a flyer. Okay, this is nice, because what I did now, so this is that hunt feature, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it has hunt 2, so the top 2 cards you discard. If it's a unit, my creature gets +1/+1. If it is a power card, you had one of each, I'll get a 0-cost card that gives me 1 power for that turn. Right now, I can't use it, but next turn, if I don't get any more power, I could essentially play something for 5, even though technically I only have 4 power.
Okay.
And I have a blocker for you.
Well, that makes me feel special. All right. Now wait. So let me see. Berserk. When this attacks, you may give it reckless to attack a second time.
Yeah, but I can only do that once.
Right.
And when it is reckless, it has to attack every turn.
So that would mean, if it's a 3/4. So if I can do 4 damage to it the first time it attacks, it doesn't get that second attack, right? Or does it get
correct.
the 2? Okay.
Once it's dead, it's dead, right? But Berserk is kind of like a mechanic that has a good and a bad side, right? The good side is you can attack twice, assuming it can't be blocked or something.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, it always has to attack each turn. So which can be tricky if you have the right blockers, right? Then obviously you get the favorable trade. So Berserk is good towards the end, or if you're really dominating things, then it's good.
Gotcha.
Ooh, this is a relic weapon. Nice. I see how you are. That nice play. So not only did you get rid of my creature, which allows you to go through to meet my face and get the war cry, but your weapon is still alive, right? You see, you still got it there.
And that was only possible because, no, I guess it would have survived without the 1. Oh, no, wait, did that get 2 buffs? I might have got...
It's a good question. I don't know the weapon's good enough. It doesn't tell me, but it did get at least 1. Yeah, I think maybe 2. Okay, now I have technically 5 mana, and I'm going to use them. And I'm going to hunt again. I'm going to play... Oh, no, I can't, because I don't have enough influence. See, I only have 1 green influence. That is
you need 2?
Yeah, to play this card I wanted to play. Man, I'm really kind of... That's really no good.
Field, take it
Okay,
down.
this is another 100, only hunts for 1. Oh, I got another power card, but that doesn't help me really. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, not a squeaker. Wait.
Yeah. It's a bounding courier that gave my other creature, even though it already had flying, but it gave it +1/+1. Doesn't really help me right now, but it's true. It's good until the end of the turn. And now you cannot attack me directly with the weapon. You have to kill one of my creatures first.
Right. So, but now in theory, so if I wait a turn, he goes back to being a 1/1, unless there's another buff or something, which makes the matchup less favorable, I guess.
That's true. You could do that, or you could just get rid of one, now lose your weapon, and you could then, unless I have another buff, attack with both creatures without fearing of losing one of yours, right?
Well, my avatar has to attack first? That's no. It's always going to go first?
Doesn't have to. No, you can do it after the fact too. Yeah, you can attack first and then attack with the avatar after.
So from your side of it, like let's say I say, I'm going to attack with my treasury guard right now. You may or may not block that depending on whether or not you think I'm going to attack with the avatar after that.
I would block that with both creatures immediately, right? We're just playing here for learning experience. Normally, I wouldn't tell you this, of course.
Right.
But I would block with both because that will kill your treasury guard. And I don't like your treasury guard because it has endurance. So even though it attacks, it can still block on my turn, right? Because it doesn't tap or exhaust, as they call it here.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was you, probably I would kill one of my creatures and then attack, not attack just with one, because now it can block you with both, and then you can kill one, the other one will survive because your damage gets split up. If I block with both, you can then decide which creature you're killing, and the other one would survive.
But now, so let's say I do this and I attack with it. Is the avatar still able to attack after that, or is he once this phase is over? Huh?
It is, yeah. You can still attack with the avatar after.
Okay.
But you would still lose your, if you hit attack now, and I block with both, you would still use your endurance creature. So it's
right, because you're still going to block it with. Okay, I see.
Yeah, both are reasonable. They're not unreasonable routes. You could do either, but I would probably keep my endurance creature. But that's some people say, nah, I'd rather keep the weapon and keep pounding you. You're right. So it's
right.
It's a decision.
But can you also do? So I can do him first, and he'll lose it. Oh, so I can actually choose which one to attack if I want to. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right.
Basically, if you attack with the creatures first, you're likely going to lose your one of them, whichever you attack with.
Right.
If you attack with a weapon first, you'll lose your weapon, but you keep a creature.
Yeah.
So I think you got to decide which one do you want to keep, kind of.
Yeah. Well, board presence is always the.
Yeah.
Right.
This would have been the move I would have done, because now you can attack with both, and while I can block one, there's nothing to fear. You still get your Warcry bonus because Warcry triggers when you attack. It doesn't matter whether your creature survives or not. So if you submit your attack, yeah. So now I will block this one because I can block it without dying unless you have a buff, which actually is somewhat likely. So really I wouldn't do this right now because I would just take that one damage because I want to keep this for now. I would say no blocks.
Okay.
Because you're playing only green, I know there's lots of cards that will buff this, and then I would lose my only creature on the board right now. Don't like that.
Right.
So what stifles me right now is that I don't have. I need one more green mana,
Proud to serve.
at least, to do some things. And yeah, at least I got a green mana, so that allows me to play some things. Let me see here. Okay, now I'm going to use one of my power cards from earlier, cost 0, so now I have 6 for this turn, which allows me to play a bigger guy that hunts for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whew. You know what the good thing about this one is? So besides it's becoming bigger, even though you also drew a land, I made you discard the cards that you buffed with your Warcry.
Yeah, because I was wondering, I was like, wait, that's why I thought that one weapon got buffed twice, because like, where did all my buff creatures go? So yours is actually, unfortunately, a direct counter to my genius strategy.
In a way, I just didn't, trust me, I didn't do that on purpose.
Oh no, you were watching, you were stream sniping me, I know.
So that's literally it. So I won't do anything else, so I have a couple blockers.
So it really doesn't necessarily behoove me to, because if I can like the only one that would be worth attacking with is the Minotaur, but that would be my last buff, and it wouldn't do anything. So really, it's kind of a stalemate at this point, right?
It kind of is, yeah. It kind of is, right? I'm technically still at a slight advantage, but it looks like I have more cards because 2 of my cards are just those power cards.
Right.
They by themselves don't do much. Okay, I'm gonna play my Hunter Archer.
Justice.
But you're lucky. I'm pulling a lot of your lands instead of creatures, so this one didn't get buffed, right? Because when you discard a land, I just get another power card. So I have tons of power cards. But same as for you, it doesn't make sense for me to attack. Even my 5/5, you could block and kill. So my strategy now will be to just wait. Who gets the next bigger thing to turn the tables?
Right.
Okay, now you're still attacking with it. That tells me you just drew a buff.
No, what are you doing? No, don't use your brain. You just need to be like, oh, sweet, I get to kill the 1/3.
But you know what? That is still good. And this is where a little of the bluffing comes in, just like in poker, right? So if this was a real game and you did this, I now have to decide, I think you drew a buff because you're new to the game, right? But if you're already played this, you may do this just to see if you can sneak in your Warcry effect without me doing anything about it, because I'm fearing you have a buff, even though you may have drew another land or something, right? And so in green, I know the biggest buff is probably the +3/+3. So that means you could get them up to 4, 6. And unfortunately, that means I would have to block you with 2. But you couldn't kill my big guy. So the smart response would be to do this and this. So now I know yours is going to die, even if you buff it. One of mine is going to die too, but not my big guy. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, interesting. Huh.
Was I smart or was I not? Do you just have a land or do you have a buff? Now, if you have a buff, now you got to decide, do I play it now and kill my 3/2? Or do I not?
Yeah, this is one of those cases where I didn't math correctly necessarily. I math for survivability, not for damage. So what I thought was going to be a guaranteed trade became, like you said, you survive even if I happen to have a card maybe called the Finest Hour that gave me +3/+3.
Yeah.
No,
so
maybe I don't.
Yeah. It is still a smart play actually, because it is a guaranteed trade. You still trade your 1/3 versus my 3/2. Right. You get another Warcry in. So it's not the most stupidest thing to do. Plus, like I said, there was a chance where I would have said maybe I just let it go through, but I just don't want you to keep Warcrying. But it's not like the 1/3 is going to change the board, especially since I have Hunt. There's a good chance I'll just pull the next one anyways. So trying this was actually not that bad. So if you have the buff now, I would probably remove it, because otherwise you just lose your creature without any benefit.
Yeah.
Otherwise, right?
Well, because I'm thinking though, but if I were to save it for like
you could do that. Yeah.
Because then Treasury Guard could get it, and he could actually favorably trade.
That's correct.
So yeah, I'm just gonna, because otherwise, yeah. All right, we'll just see how this goes.
No, but this is fun. This is great. This is exactly the kind of stuff you start thinking about once you get in, right? And so that's what makes the game pretty interesting. Okay. Let's see. Oof. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm giving one of my units flying. Oh, yeah, it was because you have a fast spell in hand. You could. It's not. You already told me what you have.
Yeah.
So this won't change anything here. But in theory, you could play it now. That's why the game is waiting.
Right.
I played a card that for this turn will give my mounted archer here flying, and it hunted one. Right. So now I can attack with it. And I will do so. But my main point was really to buff it up, right, through the hunt mechanic.
Well, and then it burned through my other buffs card, the last Warcry card.
If there, yeah, I don't think it was buffed, right? I mean,
No, it was a flying endurance 4th tree elder.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good card. Yeah, that would have been a good card, actually. So that was very lucky for me. Because that, I don't have anything flying.
Mm-hmm.
This one doesn't tap, and it's a 5/7. So I got lucky on that one.
Well, so if I do that, that's a 5. Yeah, maybe worth it, I guess.
Yeah, so this I would always do after the fact. It's a fast spell, so you can look at
after I see what you're going to block with.
Yeah, because you can
Gotcha.
do it. You can always just attack, right? And I have another fast spell. That's why it's waiting. But that doesn't really do anything. So, okay. So now it's still not a bad move because I have to block with both and lose one. Or let it through. And because it's not really favorable to me, so this was still a good move. You're going to get your damage in and you're going to remove my armor. I have 3 armor left, so you're only going to make 2 damage to me, but you get rid of my armor, which is also not a bad thing. It still says enemy turn, so you need to commit your, yep. Now if I say no blocks, boom. But that was not a bad move because you have endurance. It's going to lose its buff, but it was still not what I had in mind. Okay, I'm gonna play another hunter. Okay, and you saw whenever I hunt, the archer gives me armor for however much I hunted. That's why I have another armor.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So now I think it is time. I'm gonna attack. With this one. I want to reduce your board a little bit, or you will let me go for damage. You can kill it if you block with 2 of your creatures, but you can lose at least 1.
Yeah, I kind of. But now, granted, I don't know all what's in the deck, but it kind of feels like this would be a concede at this point. Like I don't know if they're.
Your move was right. That's what I would have done. Let the damage through. Because we're the stalemate. I look like I have a lot of cards, but I really only have 2 cards. The other ones are just power cards that are pretty useless to me right now.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's really, I can't really do anything outside of that.
Peace is its own reward.
So, yeah, I mean, you're only drawing into small creatures. So you need to draw into another card, right? But,
well, I had, but you keep hunting them away.
I know.
A jerk face.
So what I would do now if I was a jerk, I would just keep doing the same thing until you are forced to either block, because I would get you down to a point where you have to say, okay, now I have to block.
Right.
And that's a situation that happens somewhat more regular in Legend, I would say, where you get to these kinds of positions where it's like there's a back and forth for some turns.
Yep.
That does happen.
Yeah, no, this is.
But I'm not drawing much either. But because I have another 5/4, I can just keep doing this, right? Until you have to, and unless you draw something else. Yeah, I would have blocked 2 now. Now we fight. Okay. And now my hope is that you can't, I can do it with my other 5/4 unless you draw something better, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. And now I got a fan call, and I got another relic weapon. Well, this is an example for how, this is Aegis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it does protect you from, like, if I try to play a spell on it,
right,
then the Aegis will go away. But it doesn't protect you from actual damage. Like, I can still attack you with my relic weapon, and then you die, right?
Yeah.
So, and now I'm obviously in a lucky position that I can just attack you with any of them. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. And I'm trying to remember. What is that? What is that? That there's a term it's not. I don't know if it's called tooling, but like if I were to put my 1/1 out there just to get eaten, that's called something in Magic. They call that a term. If you just kind of put your guy out there to avoid damage, but really has
Yeah.
some functionality.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I don't really recall right now. Yeah.
Not
So here you got a bit unlucky that you pulled that I pulled your the whole mechanic you're playing on is to buff your creatures, right?
Yeah.
And I got lucky that I pulled into a deck that pulls that, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes that just happens, but all your moves were good.
It feels like Tesla all over again.
So now I can get one of my other guys flying. So now you're guaranteed to die because you don't have anything else to block it.
Yeah.
And yeah, so, but this was still a good game. There were a few things we went over that we forgot earlier. And yeah, good experience.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's. That was. I was all excited at the beginning. I was like, oh, yeah, like essentially an in-hand rally deck is pretty cool. And then, yeah, then you have Hunt, which I'll be honest, like that's the one deck that just no. So a deck burning build, like I'll play against with Magic, but the cards that make you discard your hand, the first time one of those gets played, I'm out because I'm just like, it's like you don't want to actually play against me. You just want me to lose really quick. So I'll just give you that. But
right now, there isn't a lot of Hunt in the Expedition. There isn't a lot of decks, a lot of good cards that do it. So you're unlikely to run into it in the Expedition currently. Mm-hmm. In the previous one, there was more Hunt because there was a relic that would do that. That was really annoying. But yeah, I mean, it's like any game. There's some mechanics you like and some you don't like so much. But versus Hunt, I think. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's I'm trying to think what I would play in a meta that has a lot of Hunt. I would probably, try to get under those decks quicker. That's me anyways. I like to. I'm not a big control player, right? So, yeah. Okay, Brave just said she can stay awake for a couple.
Oh,
okay,
nice.
No worries. Okay, I'm gonna challenge Brave then. Challenge you. Let's see, and I'm gonna use I don't want to play like my bigger decks against her. I'm gonna just play. Where's my simple green? Oh, there it is. That's just a very simple deck.
Because it's only one color, or wait.
Yeah, it's a mono green deck, and just to kind of be somewhat fair.
Mm-hmm.
Brett has built some cool decks. I know she's working on a dinosaur deck now, and she had a flyer deck that was really cool. Okay.
I mean, I'm surprised she doesn't have a cat deck. Are there enough cats in this game to build a cat deck?
There is one really annoying cat right now in the meta, but I don't know how many cats there are. That's a good question. Yeah, there's one cat that you play, and it makes the opponent discard a card from their hand. But then it also has revenge, which means it comes back. When it dies, it is put into the first 5 cards of your deck.
What? So it's not even just randomly shuffled in. You're guaranteed to have it in the next 5 turns.
In the next 5 turns, or maybe it's 10. I think it's 10. And then there are cards that buff that up to 5.
Look at this! Look at Brave with the premium. What the heck?
I was going to say,
riding high on the hog here.
In the Herbersour. I'm gonna, I assume you can hear us. So sorry, my phone keeps going off.
I can't hear it.
Oh, good. What am I gonna do against that?
I mean, it's pretty.
I'm gonna just wait. And she gave herself an Aegis. That's another thing we haven't seen, right? She played a.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is good for other effects. Now, luckily,
oh yeah, you would have stopped you from winning that the first game where you downed him with a 3 with the I don't. It wasn't a lightning bolt. It was something that did 3 damage.
Yeah, exactly.
So that would have prevented.
Yeah, that would have just removed the ages and not the damage, right? Okay, luckily I had a fast spell to remove her attacker.
Aha. I was gonna say, yeah, that just yeeted. I didn't even see what happened. Would you play Defiance? Okay, killing an attacking enemy. So that was a fast spell. Okay, yep. I see.
It was a fast spell that either attacks, either kills it if it is, I think, under free cost, and otherwise it stuns it. Yeah. All right. That's brave thinking. I have what? I have put my. Let's see what you say. I have put my phone face down so I cannot see your hand. Oh, okay.
Well, then allow me to tell you, Denise, what cards he has in his hand. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to play my troll.
That's a great thing about spectating when you don't really know the game. I couldn't even have an ooh or an ah non-verbal that might tip the hand because I don't know what anything is.
Yeah.
I will say that's one ugly son of a gun though, right there. Holy cow.
Yeah. Overwhelm. That's not good. I'm going to play my hero.
Never stop. Never break.
I'm playing Poison Crownbreaker, and because I have my gold-plated revolver, which I can play this turn, I'm going to do that, which will pull another land, which again syncs with my other one. That's why Brave is congratulating me, I think. And then we have that, and I can give another unit +1/+1, and do this again. And now I can attack with this one. Okay. Good. Glad you can hear my phone. For some reason, it's going off. I think after this game, I'm going to have to at least take a break and check my phone.
Well, I mean, we've gotten. I mean, the great thing. Well, first of all, this now legally obligates Dano to start playing this game because that's what he said he was waiting for.
That is very true.
So that locks that in.
And I bite
and then,
You're done.
yeah, I mean, it's something that people can watch to get an idea. I mean, really covered all the basics and then some for how to get started. Oh.
So this does 7 damage to it. But now I'm going to be a bit of a dick, and I play that card that you had earlier.
Ahaha.
Which gives it +3/+3, so it'll survive. And I pull another land because that's a side effect of the spell she used, which allows me to give another unit +1/+1. This is a little bit mean. I had a very good card, very good deck. What do you call it? Starting hand.
Right.
So, I apologize, Denise.
I'm beginning to see Beowulf. So I see you go undefeated against computer and man. Then you whoop me with a deck that is a perfect counter, and now I'm seeing this. I think you've got some sorcery going on here, sir.
I try to pick decks that are this is like. Thank you. That's not what I wanted to say. But I tried to pick decks that are not unfair, but I ran into like a perfect scenario here, more or less. So that's it, because she has only one blocker.
Oh no, I don't think I see emotes because you've mentioned a few times that emotes happen and I didn't see them. So unless I'm just not looking in the right place, I don't think I get to see them.
Yeah, that's another bummer actually. They don't show them. We were going back and forth, just doing friendly emotes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to tell her real quick. GG. Sorry, I had a perfect hand. That was really. Yeah, she had 2 10 costs in hand, so she had the opposite of a good hand. Okay, I'm gonna play a pre-built deck. If I win this again, then it's just like because the game wants me to today. And I'm going
Right.
to play a different one. What I'm going to play? I'm going to play. I don't know what any of these do, so I'm going to play All Heads Defense. Let's see. Maybe you could watch her, see because she will have. I don't know either way.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So yeah, Brave. We'll watch from your side here. And yeah. Wait, is that a good idea? I don't. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not a bad. I was just like, wait. I mean, it's still don't want to say anything about the deck, but
you could probably not talk to it. That's true because she's not on. But either way, however it works. Okay, I gotta even see what this deck is about here. Ah, there's her. She has her prime dinosaur again. And that's it. Ooh.
dual premiums. And, and her card back is premium too. I just noticed that. Denise, what are you doing?
She is, she's secretly getting up there.
Can you get premiums as rewards like you could with Tesla, where you just randomly get them out of a deck, or do you have to always spend? Okay.
No, you can get them the same way that you sometimes just get them. Or I'm not even sure if you can. Can you craft them? Yeah, you can craft them. And even when you buy expansions and whatnot from the shop, you can pay more and then get the premium versions of everything.
Oh, okay.
So she turned my nice little guy into a frog.
That's the second time that's happened today.
You can see her mechanic. She's playing dinosaurs for very little. It's good. I'm gonna put up a bit of a board. Ooh. Okay. That's everything she had, though.
Oh yeah, we are. Oh, yeah. This is looking kind of like our game a little bit, where you just. I haven't seen. I don't know if there's too many decks where I haven't seen the card draw that you usually. Like you'd see like with agility, in Legends where you could have like 2 or 3 card draw. I'm not seeing a whole lot of that.
You have those cards. I mean, they're more in blue. So in her deck, there's a good chance she has these cards. Probably the most card draw is in blue, but there's others. I'm gonna play my Harpy Snail.
What the heck? You say hard tooth?
Hardy snail.
Oh, hardy. Okay, there we go. Wow.
It is only a 2/5, but it has endurance.
That's a card right there.
Right?
I get that puppy in premium there. That's Ooh.
Okay,
Premium.
she's attacking. That makes me think she probably has something. Ooh, she's attacking with both, huh? You know what? I'm just gonna let that through for now. Ooh, see, so she just played a relic.
Yep.
That allows her to draw a card whenever one of her units hits me.
No, see, I didn't finish reading that text, so that actually was it was good that you didn't block in that case, I guess, for her.
I'm gonna. Yeah, no. I'm gonna bolster up my Hardy Snail, which is now a 4/7, and I'm gonna play another land. And then I'm going to give my war cry flying, so she can attack.
Is that just for a turn? No, that's a permanent buff.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, because if it was just
weapon stays, right? So I played a 1/0 weapon on her that also gives her flying. So she could, in theory, remove the weapon, and then that will be over with.
Well, wait, is removing the weapon a different mechanic than silence?
So there's silence. That wouldn't remove the weapon. That would just remove the text. But there is, destroy an attachment, for example, and the weapon is an attachment as well.
So would both of those remove flying then, or would only the keyword removal remove that?
Sorry, say this again.
Because her power comes because the flying is a benefit of the weapon. Would a silence impact the flying because it's the weapon?
It would, because it's on the text right now, right? The best way I can describe it, if you just look at whatever text is on there, it will remove the flying, but not the 1/0 buff.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm going to attack again with my flyer because she has nothing against that. Hoping to buff my whatever else I have here. Ooh, that's not good at all for me.
Snail! We loved you, Snail.
No, I thought she loved snails, you know?
I think she likes everything else more. Like the horned Vorlunk. I mean, at least the name fits. It looks like a Vorlunk. Looks like something out of Spawn.
Okay, she... what did she do? She stunned me. I don't know. What did she play, though?
It's from the crown, I believe. It says, once per turn, you may pay 3 to stun an enemy.
Yes, she did. Oh, and now she's attacking them all. Let's see here. I'm going to block one guy. See, she said the snail is cute. I knew you'd like it. Okay. Let's see here then. I'm going to... What am I going to do? Yeah. I'm going to give you flying too.
Now, does this game have... So, I can't remember what it's called, the keyword in Magic. There is a keyword where your ground creature has anti-air, essentially. It can guard. Do they have those creatures in this as well?
So, non-flying creatures that can block flyers?
Yeah.
I believe... I don't think I've run into that yet.
Okay.
But they have non-flying creatures that will remove flying or put those at the bottom of your deck and things like that.
Okay.
Okay. Now I have a nice little fast spell that will make her take those flyers back and increase their cost.
Oh wow. Yeah,
do not like that at all.
Whoa, that's a Dagoth Ur right there. Holy cow.
That is a legendary right there, indeed, sir. Indeed.
And premium. That's actually a good looking card, I'm not gonna lie. The snail makes a comeback. Uh-oh.
Yep. And it has endurance, so yeah, that's you can see that has the gold diamond, so that's legendary.
Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta open the door. I'll be back in 1 second.
Oh, he's gonna rope. He's roping you, Denise. He can't withstand the power of the 9/9. Actually, is that what are we looking at? So you can attack, and then defend. I believe that's what that means. And now you've got enough blockers. So yeah, it depends what he draws. It looks like.
Okay, it's my turn. I'm going to attack again. All right.
Well, that's a game.
Well, let's see. Depends what she has. But this is a close one.
Yeah. Yeah.
One way or the other. That's
It's a nail-biter.
Apex Predator. That's a fitting name. That really threw a wrench in my playing.
Yeah, that's pledge. On your first turn, a card with pledge can be played as a sigil. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's pretty much.
That is like the lower version of the Inscribe that I played earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But there are other cards that give you certain effects if you pledged. So if you pledged, okay, I think she's just getting up. Yeah.
Really? Why?
Well, she didn't do anything, and she knows that's why she's thanking me. I could now play something else, but I'm not. I'm gonna, in good old Tesla tradition, just end it. Ooh, she has an ambush and has flying this turn. Nice. Look at that. She was just fooling me.
Whoa, she even said good game before that?
She did.
I didn't see that emote. That's a little spicy. Oh no. And it goes back and forth. Wow. Wow.
I thought you said good game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is not good. This does not look good at all. Look at all of these creatures.
I mean, she's whipping out that late game like a champ.
She is. Phew. Okay, let me see here. Okay. So this guy has overwhelmed, which is really not good. Wait. Yeah, he doesn't have overwhelm. Here I take 6. Damn.
Well, all you need to do is block. Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, it's still not good. I'll still take 6.
Oh, but you lost the fly. I thought you were gonna be able to keep the flyers, and I was like, well, that's all you needed is those 2 flyers on the board.
This is pretty much it. I cannot do anything really. Yeah, this is pretty much game. Good, I'm glad. Oh,
it was a good gravy. It was a good fight, but yeah, I mean, just these beefy bodies, big bodies dropping.
This is how it should be when you play like a free-build deck, right? It's like, and the other one isn't, right? Yeah. So this is game. I can ambush one. Say thanks for the game. There she goes. GG.
Wow.
All right, that's a good ending point. So I don't look like a total talker. I really should not have won this game.
I mean, it was. I mean, yeah, that was actually a very tight contest right there.
It was good. It was good. It was her poker poker game at the end. It was well done.
Well, yeah, and I mean that does feel because you were like, you know, in true tradition, I'm just going to go. Wait, did you only attack with one, and you had more than one?
Sorry, did I what now?
So remember when you were like, you know, she said GG, and you were like, yeah, she's given up, and you were going to attack, and you said, I'm just going to go ahead and make it a clean death. Could you have attacked with more than one?
Yeah, I could have played. Well, no. Actually, I would have had a slightly better board position. I would have had more life, but I don't think it would have made a huge difference. Seeing what she drew afterwards. I mean, she drew the big killer dinosaurs, right? So.
Well, no, but I mean, if you had attacked with, because she played one card that stopped your one attack.
Yeah.
But if you had attacked with two,
right?
Could you have finished it then? Was a bluff? What?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. I have to look at the stream again. Because I had another creature on board, right? But I think she could have blocked that. I think I only had one flyer she couldn't block.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's right. Okay.
I think that's how it was. Yeah.
I'm gonna wag my finger and say that would have been dirty. You're like, I'm gonna give you a clean death. I'm not gonna attack you with five creatures because that's overkill. And she's like, no.
It's a nice thing when you play with friends and stuff. It's all fun and games, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it's cool. This is cool. And yeah, she can share the deck with me now. I'm gonna import her deck. Take a look at it. Nice. Gonna name that Brave Cute Dinos.
Premium. Like 95% of that deck was premium too.
I'm gonna tell her. I named them Brave Cute Dinos.
and Eliza's jumping on with like yay, cute dinos. I swear we need to make that word off limit. That y'all need to find another adjective for cute, because cute just means too gosh darn much.
You know what? I often get this like when I talk with women and they say, "Oh, you're cute," and then I'm always like, that's really not a compliment.
Yeah.
Poor guy. But maybe I know you mean it well, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, because they're like, oh, that punch buggy is cute. Oh, that praying mantis is cute. Oh, that pile of dung is cute. Right. Oh, and you're also cute. It's like, oh, okay, well.
Hey,
good.
We got to take what we can to feed her.
I guess it's better than saying you're ugly as sin, because, man, if she thinks if these dinosaurs are cute and I'm not, then that's horrible.
No, there are some words like this, like and part of it is my German upbringing, right? So I still think in German for the most part. And there are certain words like so cute. It's really not something you would use in combination with a guy or even a girl, really. Unless she's really young, it's like your daughter can be cute, right? But not your wife, something like that. Another example I can give is my ex would often call me dear, right? Like in text, oh, thanks, dear, or something. And that is a term that in Germany, your mom will use when she's angry with you or something, right? She would say, dear, and here it's all in context, where in the German language, a lot of it is more like, it's more literal, right? So I had to get used to some of these, or tell her, oh, please don't call me dear. But yeah, hey man, this was great. I'd be happy to stay on a little bit. I do have, to be 100,000% honest, I have my cleaners here. I hope you cannot hear them. If that's not a problem, I'm happy to stay on a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, Discord Discord pretty much filters out that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm not hearing anything. It sounds like you're in a closet.
Good. Yeah, no, I'm in my tiny little office here, and I have the door closed, so we shouldn't hear too much. But I can hear it. But as long as you can't, then that's good.
Yeah, no, that works. I'm just giving Denise back in the chat. I was going to let her know that's some saucy emoting there, even though I couldn't see it. The fact that she was given a GG to bait out that was some next level stuff right there. Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Does she want to play? I'll ask her. I know it's super late at her place. I'm going to ask her, do I get a revenge or a revanche? How do you say this right?
No, that was right. Oh, well, I think you can't say revanche. Well, Megamind
sounds so harsh, right? Revanche, we use that French word even in the German language because it's more like it's game intended. It's like, hey, do I get another chance?
Oh, okay.
Do I get like revenge? As in like what?
Yeah. Well, like you said, it's when it's among friends, it's all like even a provocative emote among friends is just kind of fun. It's when it's somebody you don't know that's like spamming it. You're like, all right, listen here, doofus.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if the response to my in-game text here. You know, and other than that, I would hope anybody in the chat jump on it, get some Eternal, and let's play. You know?
Yeah, and
right.
so those who
Ready
don't
for another
know,
one?
there's a Discord, and within that Discord, there's a place where you can say, hey, this is the game I'm playing, and you can provide your gamer information so people can find you and friend you and everything.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. Thanks for doing that, by the way. You know, it hasn't really taken off. There's only a few, but there's some. I mentioned Brave is there, Device is there. I know other people have accounts. I know Ugnip has an account, and the Lollygagging is there. I'm trying to think, but yeah, there's even some other older, bigger Tesla names. Like, I don't know if you guys remember Gela or Yelly. I'm not sure what you call her in English. She was a deal back then.
Is that okay? Yeah, I wondering. Yeah, Jelly. Well, I called her Jelly because I don't think she ever said her name, but it was Jele. But I guess in German that is a Y, right?
Yeah, we would just call it Jele. I'm not sure if she is German or anything, but that's not an uncommon short name in Germany. So I just kind of assumed.
I thought she sounded very German, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe. So I know she's playing. She's playing in the upper tiers here for sure, and yeah.
Okay. Well, that's here we go. We're playing. All right, so we'll jump back on here.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm playing now the deck I played before, where I hope to remove the board. Do it slowly. I'm gonna play something with Contract. I'm gonna get rid of her. Ooh.
Oh, you got rid of that's actually a cute looking thing, that little mischief Yeti.
I know, right?
Oh, he's a cute little fella.
I need to update my emotes. They're not good, that great. There's different emotes you can actually pick. So now I had debt, so I couldn't play anything because I had to play my debt from the previous term.
Yeah, so how does that? Can you do that? Is that unlimited that you can borrow from
in
the next
theory,
term?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't really make any sense. I'm just gonna wait.
Take it to the skies.
Questions over questions. Here's my cute blood-sucking Skeeter. Oh, she has a killer for it.
What was that? Oh, literally, it was a killer.
Yeah, so that
Sky
was a creature you couldn't target with spells, but killing, that's that killer mechanic is just like it's a battle, right? It counts as an attack.
Mm-hmm.
Only the best for you.
So I silenced and stunned her flyer because I do not like having that around.
Oh, it almost looks like she's got a Babes of Tamriel thing going on here, except for all the other creatures that aren't.
Yeah, this is like a killer deck. It's good.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Right.
Wait, how is it? Oh, it's still a 5 cost. It just.
Okay.
It's my honor.
Eliza, men like the word cute. We just want it to be confined to cute things. That's all. It's not that we don't have a problem with the word cute. It just can't be applied to everything in lieu of a more apropos descriptor. So,
Step up and
like furry things, fuzzy little, balls of whatever. Well, that didn't sound right, but like little kittens and stuff like that. Those are cute. But
Right.
like I wouldn't call a DeLorean cute. DeLorean's a cool looking car, or it's got nice edges or angles or whatever you want to say, but I wouldn't call it a cute car.
target acquired.
Let's hammer this out.
Women just find out and don't use them if they don't like them. World peace achieved. I think it's a little more complicated than that, to be fair. But you're getting closer. All right. Oh, goodness gracious. I looked away from the board for a second and it got all kinds of... That guy, that 4x2 guy, he's a beast.
Mm-hmm.
What is he called?
Winds
The
protect
Minotaur
me.
Plate Maker. And it's great
Right.
card art, too. That's some of the better art.
I agree. That one looks pretty cool.
Air support.
What is that? Are those ears? I don't know.
She's debating to attack, which is interesting. So she must have some kind of effect or spell or something, I'm assuming.
Or that's what she wants you to think.
Or that. You never know. Given her history.
Right. Yeah, she says, GG, watch out.
It probably means she won. She's just attacking with a flyer, which makes sense. Okay.
Remove the impurities.
It's another good game here, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Boom. Okay.
Never stop. Never break.
Every time I hear that line, I think never give up, never surrender from Galaxy Quest.
Fine battle.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so this is another close one, right? She has the flyers, but it's tricky for her to attack with them because I have a considerable board and she needs blockers for, right?
Yeah. This is why I was kind of surprised to find that, people were saying that Magic games don't last as long, because I feel like you get in these kind of standoffs all the time where, it's just nobody really has a good... You're kind of waiting to draw that one card that gives you that advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe that? I don't know. I kind of missed what that did.
It gave all of my creatures -1 health, at least temporarily, it looks like. I didn't read it yet either. And I also can't have more than 1 armor.
Oh, okay.
It's like a curse. Yeah. Okay. Oof. Okay.
Let's hammer this out. remove their impurities.
Now she has to take some unfavorable trades.
Right.
If I did my head right.
Well, yeah, because she's got to take some of that. Because if she just does a one for one trade, she just won't have a board next time.
I protect
Right.
the throne.
Which is kind of what ended up happening.
Yeah, the combo of Hojin, Beloved Son, that doubles it, plus my weapons giver is pretty bad. Because if I can bum hit, boost him, and then with that, others.
I am the wind.
Now, does every color have essentially what could be considered like a board clear, or is that only more control colors? Because you had the one, but it was in red, right? Or was that purple? The clear the whole void.
That was green and purple. Yeah.
Oh, green and purple. Okay, so
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
I protect the throne. No escape.
All right. GG.
GG. Wow. All right, so I'm undefeated as a spectator. That's interesting. Interesting.
I just still can't believe that you got extra cards.
I know. And that I don't know how to make it happen again. That's
Yeah.
No, that's because there was that one time, and I didn't feel bad because again, that was when the game was in remission. But there was a glitch where, oh gosh, I can't remember what it was. It was like for an entire month, but it was if you played, if you traded in all those duplicates, like you could trade in the premium duplicates from that one set. They kept giving them to you.
Yeah.
You could cash those in essentially every single time they gave them to you, as long as you did it in a certain way. I found it by accident, but it was like, holy crap! I got like 6,000 soul gems or something. But so you feel bad about exploiting it, but what are you gonna do? It's there. It's awesome.
Just going back and forth with Brave here for a moment. Yeah. That's the killer mechanic. This is kind of what I did too, right? I discover the different mechanics and then I build decks around them. And that's how you really learn the game, right? So, and you understand one mechanic pretty well. They all have their nuances. Then I move to the next, and then soon you find yourself combining them with different things, and you see cards that help with it. I was just asking her, for example, there's a card that's great in a deck that she just played, where you use the killer mechanic a lot. Essentially, it draws you a card whenever killer is used, right? So that's a great sort of defensive card to use. And yeah. Oh, and Denise says Yum Yum is playing sometimes as well. I need to add some of them. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have his name. He didn't put his name in the list thing. You're the only one so far that actually has that.
Yeah.
Get on the ball, guys.
Yeah.
If you're in the Remnant, get your screen name into the Eternals deal so we can find you.
Exactly. We need to, if we want to use this as a small community while Tesla is coming back, hopefully soon, then we need the names. Yeah. Oh, same with Rise and High, she says. Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Who isn't playing Eternals now, I guess, is the question.
There is people playing, right? We just need to get them together. And, like I said, maybe streaming it. I will definitely message Dano if he hasn't been on today and let him know. He said that if you stream about it, he will play. So he is obligated now to do it. Right. And he texted me this morning about the update 5 for Remnant's, Tesla Revival or Rebirth.
Yep.
So I know he's good. Yeah. All righty.
Sweet.
I could just challenge her again and play yet another deck, see if she accepts. If not, I can just play anybody else. We need Io to join this. Now that I hear that Yum Yum is on it, we need those battles, right?
Yep.
Even though Yum won't remember who Iowa is, but still,
Well, we need Io and Inu. That was the rivalry from.
Oh, sorry, it was Io and Inu. Oh, I got it wrong. It wasn't Yum Yum. You're right.
Oh, I thought maybe there was a
Yum. One more, yeah.
It could have been Yum Yum too, because Io is a very inflammatory personality. He just picks fights with everybody. Those Canadians, they're always picking fights.
Very aggressive people, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like Germans that are known for their quiet and
right.
nice demeanor. Yeah.
Which I will say that was the interesting thing. Like now that we've been talking for a while, I can hear traces of the accent. But like when you said you still think in German, I was expecting to hear almost kind of like an Inu when he started talking. It was like. Really, at first, it took me a while to actually hear the accent. It's pretty much gone.
Right. Yeah, I lived here for 20 years, and yeah, I'm trying to fit in.
But it's interesting. So you said your thoughts still get processed in German.
It mixes, right? Like at work, once I'm in the groove, I think in English too. But I think anything private or when I talk to, my cat passed, but when I would talk to her, that's all German. Yeah. It's, yeah. I can't really explain the logic behind that. It's just kind of how that is. Yeah.
Interesting. I've always wondered what that feels like, because obviously, there's words in each language pretty much that don't really have an equivalent in another language. So it's not always a one for one. So it's like you may be thinking in a certain way, and it's like, but if you're thinking a certain language, it gives you, in certain ways, a better expression than you would in the other language, and vice versa. So it's kind of it's almost like you're unlocking different parts of your mind that other people with only one language, like myself, only have limited access to.
Yeah. Okay, now I attacked because I was hoping she would block so I could get rid of that creature, but also I'm now able to play Reclaim. It has that onslaught functionality. So normally it would just draw 2 sigils. Now I just play them right away, which is obviously pretty powerful. So,
oh wow, yeah,
my boost basically, right?
Oh, that's a ramp and a half right there.
Yeah, I didn't have anything else on the board, but still worth it. Not only because the boost, but I just love thinning the deck so I can get to those cards I want to get to.
Take it to the skies.
So does this? Because I didn't really see it in the other one. Now, obviously, she played that one deck with like the big bodies. Do you have like what is your? Do you have an end game? Because even in mid range, you might have like an Ancano or something like that. Are there big bodies in the mid range?
In this deck here, this is different. I haven't played this one before. In this deck, the end game is it's those steel plated, those big weapons. Mm-hmm. And I even gotta look now what I have on my market here. Yeah, I think that's basically it, and then just boosting everything else. I'm trying to see. Could do that, but I think for now I'm just gonna play another. So I missed out on giving my 4+ as well, but I couldn't play him otherwise, so that's why I did that. My problem here is she has a lot of flying, and
Hello, Froggy.
I'm gonna tell her that's not exactly what I had in mind. It's one of my notes.
Oh, really? Is that one of them?
And you know what she says back? Tough break, partner.
Yeah, I will say I think Eternals does needs to because you don't realize Legends was you could see every gosh darn thing. You could see mouse clicks. You could see when you were picking through cards. Here it's a little more limited.
Right.
I mean, it's still better than not having it at all for sure, but
yeah.
And I guess honestly, because there were some times when you were spectating, they're like, okay, you almost wanted to mute it because you didn't want to hear the person spamming emotes the whole time. But so I guess it's okay on that regard. Oh wow! No, there's that one of those powerful draw cards.
Right. I pulled that out of my market. Right. So this is not normally in my deck. That's one of those cards you keep in your market for those situations, right? I could have waited, but I had 0 cards, so I figured 3 is better than nothing. and just go with that.
It's 3 times better than nothing, in fact.
Right. And you see this guy here is normally a 3/2, so he got boosted by my patrol here.
Mm-hmm.
This that she just played, the Ice
Winds
Throne,
protect me.
that is a tricky one because it stuns my creature until, as long as that creature is in play.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily,
so it's not just a 2-turn.
Yeah, no, it's as long as it. But I have a silencer, which is nice. So I'm going to. What am I going to do? I'm going to play him.
Let's hammer this out.
Then I'm going to play a weapon on him.
Remove the impurities.
Then I'm going to play him with debt.
A fine
I'm going
meal.
to silence you, which should bring my other one back to life.
Okay, for
And
as
then-
jacked as he is, that was kind of a funny
Yeah.
line.
So, and then I'm going to attack. I think maybe she forgot that I have double damage with that one. That was a pretty big hit to take.
Yeah.
You aren't welcome here.
Okay, she has this is a normal stun, so this will stun it for 2 turns. But I have my own stuns.
Ooh.
Ooh. Then I can play a lamb and give my endurance creature +1. Now I'm gonna attack again. And she has exactly 4. I don't care about that one, so that's fine. Okay.
You aren't welcome.
Ooh, yeah, this is her stun deck. Which is a pretty powerful mechanic. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what they need, do they have the same thing, the equivalent of the Tormentor, where it's a card that does damage when something is stunned?
I believe so. Yeah.
Because that's what.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say because that's what made that deck particularly alluring. It was hard to draw the guy, but it was kind of cool. It was a cool way to make a thing of it.
What saved me here was my card draw, I think. So that just goes to show how important the market is. Playing a mono deck, so there's a market there. But yeah, that's my recommendations. As soon as you can get to, feel comfortable playing several colors and all that, the market is a big card, and it's one of my first cards I would try and craft. Because each color combo has their own what's called smugglers. Those are the cards that allow you to trade with your market.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, GG. Cool. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good first overview of Eternal, the card game. You always have to kind of say it because otherwise there's so many other things called Eternal or Eternals and whatnot on YouTube. You kind of got to look for Eternal card game, then you'll see some things. But yeah,
it would help if they had, because like their logo only has Eternal, so you think if they put like a little byline just underneath of it, like the card game. But,
yeah. She's saying she was just playing a standard deck because I have not got many since last rotation.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, because she was running out of options there towards the end quickly.
They bring back cards that are being removed. They'll be brought back in a season or 2, or how long does it take to get older cards brought back in?
That's a good question that I haven't fully gotten yet either. I think right around every quarter there's a rotation, something like that, and then they remove one of the expansions, so you still have always some cards to play with. But they introduce a new one that, as a new player, you're likely not going to have a lot of cards from, unless you're spending money. Or, I mean, for the Gauntlet, the card wins you get are from all factions, right? So you'll have usually a baseline. So I found that when they first rotated, it took me a moment to catch back up, but not very long, right? Compared to the first time when you first start. Obviously, it's always the hardest. But once you have sort of a base, and I know Denise, for example, likes to play what's called the stories. I think they release those every week. Those give you what's called promo cards, which you often can still play. Not all promo cards are allowed always, but they're commonly very good cards. So they make it so that you have a good chance to become competitive relatively quickly if you have a little bit of a base, right? But you will feel that it goes beyond. It's not a dead game, right? It goes beyond what Tessel did, because once you had your collection in Tessel, you were good, right? And whereas here, just because you're good in one expedition doesn't mean you're going to be good in the next. Plus, because they switch up which expansions play together, there's always different combos and the meta changes, which I actually quite like, right? So whereas in Tessel, you could count on, out of 10 games, depending where you're on the ladder, you would either run into Invade earlier on, later you would run into Talvani, and you would always have the guys that would continually play their Pathonex, Resurrection, or whatever, right? Whereas here, that happens at the most for a rotation. And even there, it usually takes longer because people are figuring it out and playing different things, and there's always new options that become available, basically. Plus, they're adding new cards, so there's whole new combinations that become available. It just doesn't get... you can't catch up as quickly, basically. And in a way, you never catch up as long as they keep producing cards and bringing out cards, right? So that is an advantage, but of course, it's also a little bit, if you're used to there was something nice about the game being closed, because you can relax about that in a way. But like I said, if you're just good night, we're saying good night to her, she's going to bed. It's like way past midnight there. I enjoy that, and I think Tesla would have been even better with that, right? There's some things with Tesla that I really became to appreciate and really think are very unique. Number one, obviously, being the 2 lanes, right? I think that's a mechanic I would love to see in Eternal. It just made for so many more interesting gameplay in my mind. And even the prophecies, which a lot of people didn't like. I think in Tessel, they put them in maybe to offset a little bit more the fact that you will consistently get your resource, your power, your mana, magicka, whatever you want to call it. But I kind of like that because maybe not so much for the few times where it would turn the game, but it made it more strategic when you attack and when you don't, right? And you would think about, is it worth the 2 damage when I break a rune? So I thought that was pretty unique and cool as well.
Well, I think that's what I guess on the flip side, what I like, even as much as the standoffs can be a little bit of a bummer, I feel like that's what mitigates it's mitigating the face rush, but it's not using RNG to do it. So like, you could break all the runes, and if the person has a 25-30% chance of a prophecy, you may never hit a rune and you win. Whereas the way with Eternals and Magic is set up, because the defender gets to choose who it picks, it makes the offense be a little more strategic and maybe pull back a little bit because they don't want to lose a unit. So I think Eternals mitigates the pacing of the game in a way that the prophecies do, but it's not as random.
Yeah, I think that's why we don't have them here, and I think because we get a bit of RNG from the resources. You could run into games. It happens every once in a while, and that's frustrating for me when I either get no sigils, as they called here, or lands, if you want to talk in Magic. or you get only lands or sigils,
Yeah.
right? And so that can be frustrating sometimes because you have a perfectly fine deck that you build out, you just got unlucky, right? And but I mean, the thing is that happens to everyone, right? So it all evens out. And of course, the better of a deck builder you become, the less likely you can make that scenario appear, right? So you've seen me oftentimes, I have the standard amount of lands or sigils in my deck, but I have cards included that allow me to pull them out, right? To tutor my lands. And I have used them in almost every game. That's how important that is for my decks. There's other decks where I even add a few more lands because I know they're very important early on, right? So where I then find ways to tutor creatures, right? We looked at one mechanic earlier that's called recruit, that allows me to pick a unit out of the top 5 cards out of my deck. So there's always ways to offset that depending on which expedition we're playing in. But yeah, that's what makes that interesting, right? And yeah, it becomes very strategic, and there's a ton more combinations possible. I always feel like I've been playing this for some months now, but I have only scratched the surface on all the things that are possible. And I'm playing an expedition only. I haven't even touched Throne, which is the format that allows you to play all cards.
Right.
So Devis, he's quite good. He doesn't play as much recently. You know, he's in the Ukraine. There's, you know, it's difficult at times. But he plays Throne, and I'm just watching him sometimes, and I go like, I can't even keep up with all the different things that are happening there.
Oh, wow.
But the more you play Expedition, I would say after a few more rotations, you have the base mechanics down, right? And then you get there. Plus playing Gauntlet, the Gauntlet will play all decks, not just Expedition decks. So you get to know, you at least have an idea of what the mechanics do. But yeah, the specific combinations and whatnot, that's definitely interesting. So it keeps it also, for me, engaging, right? There's many, my first goal now is probably to just get into what I think they call diamond here, like basically legend, if you will, into the highest tier, where at that point you also get sort of a number. And I could, in all honesty, I could do that right now. I have decks that will allow me to do that. Having played against people from there, you saw earlier we played 2 games versus the higher players, and I won them both. So I can do that, but just like in Tessel, it requires me to play significantly more than I often am willing to commit.
Right.
Because yeah, I have a real life.
no offense to anybody who is diamond.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
No, but it's true. I mean, it's, you know, I mean, it's certainly not. Never an indictment necessarily, but you know, I do find when I'm like, I remember playing Call of Duty and just being like, you know, I wonder how much of a work-life game balance you have when you can play at a certain level. It's like,
I noticed this when I first got top 100 in Tessel. I was like, man, that's a lot of playing, right? And that was only because it was like wintertime, some holidays, right? And then so I did it. But outside of that, there's just, you know, I have to work, and then there's always just stuff to do. So for me, this is like a hobby to relax to, and ranking all of that is really not, I'm not sweaty as Eros or Anna would say. I was never that type. I do it for fun, and yeah, I still want to win, but not like, I really don't mind if I don't, especially in the beginning as I'm learning things. When, you know, a new rotation comes out or whatever, I just try and enjoy the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's as I think I said that before. That's my favorite memories of Tessel were when I was learning how to play it, because I wasn't really expecting to win. So anytime I got to win, I'm like, yes, awesome. But then later on, I considered myself something of a master, and I had all the cards, and I was like, I should win every game now. Why am I not winning every game? And I still don't know the answer to that, really. But you know, it's
there's only 2 possibilities. I know you decided on the games. It has to be the game's fault.
Yeah,
there's of course the other possibility, right?
Well, I don't know. No, I don't. That's the other person was cheating. They were stream sniping. That had to be it. That was the only other explanation.
Well, and plus, in all honesty, you know, these games are designed to not always win. I wouldn't expect to win every time from the start, right? That was clear to me. If you have a deck, you know, even in Tessel, if I had a deck, and for a while I would record all of this, right? if I would play like my Shreddy Assassin, a version of the deck that I gave you when you did Legends last time, I would play that. I would have a win rate of just over 70% or so, which is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
It still means you lose 3 out of 10 games, right?
Right.
And so if you get upset over that, and of course this is on average, in reality sometimes you lose 5 out of 10 or even 8 out of 10 until you then win 10 out of 10, right? But what I often feel like is, when I watch your streams, right, I think you should celebrate your wins just as much as your losses. And then it's totally cool. Because if you look at your laddering, you keep moving up in the ranks, which means on average you win more than you lose, right? So you clearly aren't doing that bad.
The glass is clearly half full, at least, or no, more than half full. Like that's just the fact.
Right. I just know how it goes in the moment. I had those moments too, where you just have days where you want to play this deck that you really like, but it is weak to, let's say, Telvanni, and then you only run into Telvanni. Or there was a time where the meta was just also really poisonous. It's really the people's fault. It's not the game's fault. Is where for some reason people decided to only play Empire Control or Telvanni Control, right? That's what led me to do my Assassin deck, because I was like, okay, I had it with this. I'm just gonna get to you by turn 5 at the latest, so you can't do your shenanigans, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But even that only worked 7 out of 10 times. But yeah.
Well, now see, and this is where me being a not, again, for however I play the game, we'll call it average, above average, whatever. But I was never an advancer of like cool new decks or whatever. If I ever made my own, it was usually middling or poor.
Yeah.
I blame the content creators like Justin Larson. I'm calling you out, and Charmer. You guys build awesome decks. You've got an audience of like 10,000 people. Of course, they're all going to be playing that awesome deck. So that's why I think why we ended up, you have these moments where you just see a surge of one kind of deck. It's like, why is everybody playing Goblin, whatever. And then you go watch Justin's channel. You go, oh, he was playing that yesterday. So of course, everybody's playing it now.
There's definitely something like that. Saying, there were certain discords that would post decks from the different clans, and also, whether you were in a clan or not, that would post decks, and I would certainly notice them being played. I think that's okay. I wouldn't say I was like the best deck builder either. In fact, I would probably average at best, I would say. What I would do often is I would take one of those decks, but then I would always make them my own. And there were often smaller changes, but I just played cards that even if they may not have been as effective, I would put them in because I really enjoyed them and they had a unique thing that would help me. Like in my Assassin deck, I played and I'm so sorry that I forget all the names, but the guy that switches your health and attack.
The Hatchling.
The Meddler.
Right?
Yep. Yeah. Which is not a card you would usually see in that kind of deck, right? But that's one of those things that I really enjoyed playing. It was great against Invade, for example.
Yeah.
Certain other decks. So that's kind of what I would do. But yeah, I would also go to those different discords and learn. By the way, since we're talking about Eternal, there's a website called eternalwarcry.com.
Okay.
That is a website. Maybe you want to go show that real quick. Yeah, that's a website where they highlight all kinds of decks. So great resource, and you can copy and import them just like you could with Tessel. Mm-hmm. And that's a good way to get like decks, and they have budget decks and for the different formats and whatnot. So that's a thing I forgot to mention.
Okay, yeah, we got it up here, I think. Yeah, eternalwarcry.com?
Yeah, that's what it is. And then I can't see it yet, but if you click on like Expedition under decks, you see only Expedition decks, the only decks that are legal for Expedition right now.
Okay.
And, right, and then you could take one of those that you like that doesn't cost a whole lot of resources, and then you copy and paste it, and you can kind of see, well, what am I missing? And then you can, craft like good alternatives. The better posters that post there even explain the deck mechanic, and they tell you what are some good alternatives are if you don't have a card that's a bit more rare. So it's all there. Great resource as well to learn.
Yeah. Well, and if nothing else, it also it's a good way to see what you're going to be facing. You're like, oh crap, that looks like a beast. I want to make sure I close that out soon.
Right. That's what I remembered when you said that, right? So some of the higher ranked decks there, you will certainly see, or at the very least, you get an idea for what's played on meta. What are the mechanics used, and what should I use against it, or should I try something similar? And even in Tesla, the only mechanic, and people don't believe me sometimes, but it's I swear on my mom's grave, I have never played is an invade deck, right? I have played cards that have invade, but I have never played an actual an invade deck where I'm trying to build up my gate and win that way, right?
Right.
Other than that, though, I have played every single mechanic, even the poisonous ones. I've played, I played the workshop. I played the, what is it called? The zero cost.
Market.
Yeah, I tried it all out, right? Not so much because I really wanted to play it, but I always felt like if something really annoys you, you kind of need to understand it, right? And the best way to understand a mechanic is to just play it, right? I played Talvani Poison for a while, just so I know, okay, what is now likely to happen? What's the opponent likely trying to do here? You understand the value of those cards much quicker than just playing against it and trying to figure it out. So. Right. That's why I'm not against people that say, hey, I want to play this, or even if I want to play Invade. In all honesty, Invade never annoyed me much because I felt like most decks can take care of it relatively well. You get steamrolled every once in a while. That happens, of course. But that wasn't really my main bitch. My main bitch was really, for me, the poison decks where Talvani just bored me because it was overpowered. The synergies there. And then obviously spamming Alien Guardians or, you all know the usual stuff where I go like, man, really,
Yep.
So,
yeah, and that was really only, those were magnified only in Telvanni because that was the only place where you had device experiments and a lot of the regurgitation cards.
Yeah, you saw it in Telvanni and whatnot, but I still wouldn't get angry. I'd always assume, okay, this is a guy trying it out. But anybody that played the letter, especially at the higher ranks, knows there are certain players that only play Telvanni and nothing but Telvanni.
Yeah.
And that would get old sometimes, but yeah.
Well, now one thing I am noticing, not to jump too much, but it's funny because I remember Karak Zul was one of the originals, in the first generation of players who went to the tournament, did very well, and the reason why he was specifically of note was because he was one of the few people that would only run one or two copies of certain cards in the deck, whereas the conventional wisdom was if you're going to play it, you play all three copies. But I'm seeing here, at least with this deck, maybe it's not in all of them, there's a lot of 1 and 2 drops out of 4. So there's a much. It's kind of like a singleton, regular deck hybrid. Which I kind of like because it seems to be a more flexible way of thinking about the game.
I agree. I mean, it depends on the deck, of course, right? There are decks that are simple, have simple mechanics, and then you just throw in more of the same. Others are different. But I'm with you. I agree that even in Tefl, I would commonly include one-offs for certain scenarios and whatnot. I mean, was it IO that's famous for his one-off second attack thing? Eventually I will remember.
Swift Strike.
Swift Strike.
How soon we forget. He's not even dead and buried, and you can't remember a single card.
I feel really bad. But I think, those kinds of cards can be really, really effective, right? And no matter what somebody says, I mean, I had so many games that I won with my one-off. I'm gonna get rid of your graveyard or whatnot, right? And so totally.
Now, as soon as I said that, I've opened up 2 different decks since then, and they're all 4 drops, or 4 of each. Yeah. So I probably hit an anomaly there. But
it does depend. You're right.
But okay, I am seeing some more there. But I got to tell you, B-Wolf, thank you so much for coming on and just really giving us a very exhaustive. Like I said, we had Denise, gave us a really nice intro, and then this was just kind of built upon that. And it really, really fleshed out the game, and I feel like I've got I feel good about trying to proceed with it, that I could actually build it up. It is like, I assumed once I kind of got a good grasp on Magic that there would be no card game that I couldn't, but I've heard Flesh and Blood is even worse, like 20 times worse to figure out. And this definitely seems to be a bit of it's going to be a learning curve, even coming at it with a base of knowledge. But it sounds like it's manageable.
It is. Yeah, there is a bit of a learning curve. Some new mechanics, some mechanics that work differently, but it'll all become relatively. It'll make sense sooner than you think. And like I said, my recommendation would be, gauntlet away. Try to take care of your daily quests, which you can also exchange, by the way. Another quick hint: the quests have different values, and there is a chance for a silver treasure box to turn into a golden one. So I often do that and exchange one to get the golden one and then do that one. That's one way. And then of course you can pick certain quests are achievable without playing real players, right? It may be a quest where it says, play 20 purple cards, right? Or whatever. And you can do that in Gauntlet or whatnot. So you can take care of some of the quest without having to face real players yet, if you're not ready for that. I think the puzzles are a great way to learn it. And I needed help with them. I used online resources, but that's not what it's about. It's just about understanding the mechanics, right? Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So right now, I think you have, you have 3 quests, and it looks like, let me see here if you can still exchange them or not. I have the chat over it. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can. It looks like you already have. But normally, once a day, you can exchange them. Yeah, and then the puzzles, they're fun, and you really get to understand. And some of them will be very simple, some not so much, but you'll get there.
Okay. Awesome. Well, again, thank you. And who knows? Maybe, I mean, I don't know, with like the resurgence of Legends actually being a thing, or at least the resurrection. I mean, who knows how many people will come back to it, but at least whether it's, in the interim or, long term, because I mean, I think it's great that they're continuing to put resources into this. It's almost like, Dire Wolf said, okay, you kind of guys, you dumped Legends out the door, but we're going to keep this thing going, dagnabbit.
Yeah. No, it could very well be, right? And it doesn't take much. I mean, it's just, we're a small community. If we just have a few players that keep doing their thing, this could become a fun thing, right? And even if we just play each other for a while or whatever, right? But it's something to do. And then of course, if Tessa really does get a revival, depending how that all works, I'll be all over it, no doubt. So that's all good. But Eternal is the best alternative I've found right now to play. And even then, it might be fun. And at the worst case, learning something new like this is only going to make you a better Tesla player too, to be honest.
Right.
I think that's really it.
Indeed. No, that's they're becoming well-rounded players. But yeah, thank you. I mean, dude, I didn't know that you were going to be able to last all 4 hours, but I appreciate you sticking with it and again giving us some demonstrations for tearing me apart in front of everyone. That was a welcome thing. And
I tried not to.
I'm kidding, huh?
I tried not to.
I was doing my best to lose, and I still beat you. I don't know. I have one hand tied behind my back.
As I said it, I realized.
No, I'm totally kidding. I mean, it's destructive either way, right? It was
I don't think you were expected to win here by any means, right? We both played a pre-made deck, so I don't feel like you have to feel bad at all. In fact, you've gotten the mechanics and you asked the right question, so that's really what this was about, right? So
right.
It's my recommendation in general. In the beginning, don't make it so much about winning, and just have fun. Yeah,
there is a window of time, I think, where a participation trophy is perfectly okay. It's just when life becomes about that, that's when there's a trouble.
Well, and for me, it just continues like that. That's just what I decided for myself, right? I have my wins in real life, right? Little things that I'm thankful for.
Right.
Not that there's anything huge. I'm just saying, like, there's things I'm thankful for that's good. This is something I do to have a good time, not to, like, if I don't want to add something I literally sweat over, as some would say.
Yeah.
Rather, I do this to entertain myself and relax after real life and work. So, that's how I look at it, and that way you play. And if you lose a few, yeah, maybe I'll stop for the night, but it doesn't really doesn't impact me after that. You know?
Right. Used as intended. I think the only time when it makes any sense to get sweaty about, I mean, almost anything is if it's a tournament, if there's like money on the line or something where it's like, this is how I make my bread or whatever, then yeah, maybe you sweat a little because you need to, but otherwise, why stress yourself out?
And it's fun to win, right? So I don't want to take that factor out, but that is there anyways, right? It's just how you do it, right? Like so many things in life, it's not necessarily whether you do it or not, but it's how you do it, right? And if you can do it in a way where, I want to win, but if I lose, my world's not going to go under. I'm not going to kick my computer, or I won't be able to talk to somebody for the next hour or something, then you've taken it too far probably, or you let the game get too much, right? But even that is okay. I mean, to each his own, right? I'm just talking from my perspective here.
Yeah. No, that was the only, I guess, redeeming thing is it was usually a distinction between like the people that I'm talking to and the game. It's like I may be pissed off because of the game, but as soon as if I'm talking to friends, family, whoever, it's like everything's honky dory. It's just in that world, things can get tumultuous, but it's like it doesn't bleed over into real life.
Right.
Where it's like, why are you having a bad day? Because I suck at Tessel.
Right. That's like some friends in Germany I have that got diehard fans of a soccer club, right? And if their club loses that weekend, their weekend is ruined, right?
Yeah.
And everybody of their friends' weekend is ruined too, because and I go like, really?
Yep.
So, but hey, I want to respect also when people really get into things. That's also a good thing, right? That it takes some passion and some things. So I don't want to ding it. I'm just saying, I handle it a little differently.
Yeah. I mean, it can be a little precarious, I think, anytime you put your ups and downs in something you really have no control over. Like, at least with the game, you're actively playing. Whereas, like, and I understand. I got friends, same thing, like diehard football fans, and if their team loses, now granted they don't drag it on for the whole week, but they'll, they do get bummed, which is I think the bummed is okay. It's just like you said, if it becomes you don't want to be around them. It's like all you have to say is, hey, did the Bears lose? No. Or did the Bears win? And they say no. You're like, all right, well, I know not to talk to him for the next 4 days.
Right. Yeah.
But
Exactly. Cool.
Good deal.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me. Pleasure to try and do this thing here. Hopefully we can get a few people playing. I will try and encourage the people I know to I'm going to share the Discord, even with some of the people that we do not know from Tessel that I have gotten to know here in the game so far. A couple of them are super nice, and one of them is a really good player too. So that might be fun to expand our little community there. So basically just trying to do what we can while we wait for Tessel, I guess.
You're right. Wow. This is our what was it? Rebound. It's like I'm gonna hang with you until the real deal comes along, baby.
Okay, right. But I think once you start playing it, and I think there would be times, even if we can play Tessel again and can do it to the same degree we did before, which I still think would take some time, but this would be a great alternative to do something different, or just have both options available is definitely not a bad thing. And for now, I think Tessel is still we see what it means. He said today Alpha is coming soon. We'll see what Alpha means and what we can actually do within the game.
Yeah, the weirdest thing is going to be if we you sit down and you're like, wait, why can't I block now? Oh no, I don't. They're not all blocked. Like it's like you have to shift gears because really Tessel is. I mean, the closest game to it mechanically was probably something like Hearthstone. This is more akin to Magic than Legend. So it's like going back to it when it's like almost all the rules are completely different. It's like I have no sigils. Why? Oh wait, I don't need them. It's like
for a moment that would be true, but I think only when you're still learning one or the other. Once you have learned both, I think then it's relatively easy to switch. But I remember in the beginning, as I was still learning this, and Tessel was fresh in my mind. And I would remember the card names. I would make mistakes like this, where I would think my creature would survive because it had an Aegis, which looks to me like a ward. But no, it will not prevent you from battle damage, right? Even, this is another thing, the Aegis doesn't even prevent dying when you initiate the the attack or the effect, right? So, for example, if I have a board of creatures and mine have ages and the opponents do not, and I play this card I played earlier where everything dies, normally the creatures with ages should survive, and because the effect just takes that away. But if you initiate it, your own creatures will still die. So it only protects from enemy effects, not from your own, and also not battle damage. Yeah. These are little nuances you learn as you play enough Gauntlet and whatnot. You're like, oh, okay. But if you read the puzzles or play the puzzles, it's really all in there. I just forgot, because it's used to Tessel. But it is all in there. Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say that must have been a fun game when you remembered that fact. It's like that's a hard way to learn. You're like, what happened to my freaking cards?
They say the hard lessons are the best, right? So
you won't forget it again, that's for sure.
Nope, exactly right. So that's why part of it is to just play it. Yep. Cool, man. I think I'm out then. Thanks for having me, and thanks for all the work you do for the community, be it this one or Tessels or just learning how to play, with your nose. I enjoy all of it. So, it doesn't get said enough. So I do it, and I think I can speak for the community when I say thanks for all the stuff you're doing for it. So keep going.
Thank you very much. That is very timely encouragement. You have no idea. So thank you very much for that. And I shall. But ironically enough, the stream is going to end.
Well, we saved the best for last, right?
Exactly.
So, I just want to rely on that we can do something similar on Friday, right? Not with me, part of it, but I'm saying that I can watch you and that we can, chat and the little things we do in our little community here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, sir. And have a great evening. And nothing else. I'm sure I'll talk to you before then, but if nothing else, well, see you next Friday. And probably I may actually be mixing it up for real in Eternal. We'll see.
I would love to see you, getting your grooves there. I'll be sending you decks, whatever you need, man. I'll try to help out in any way I can. Okay, yeah. A Burn Assassin would be very helpful. Yes, I can do that. Yeah. That's actually one of the you're proud of. The last time you made it legend was with my deck, wasn't it? Yeah, I believe that's right. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. So I will see if we can do something similar here too. I can send you. I can even build a deck that has, if you tell me what you have and what you don't have, or I'll send you a deck where you may not have some cards, and then I could tell you some good replacements that you are more likely to have. So, and that really doesn't take that long to build a deck where where you always have a chance to win anyways. Yeah. And that's really all you can ask for, or at least all I can ask, especially when you were starting out. You just want to know that you had a chance. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly right. Cool. Good then till next time. Thanks, Jesse. Indeed. Thank you. Have a good one. All righty. Okay. All right. Well, and I guess that's going to wrap it up. Thank you, Eliza. And looks like Frogolus was here. I'm pretty sure everybody is gone. I know this was a little less chat interactive, but hopefully, if you had any interest in the game or you were just kind of curious about it, you've got some really a good place to start. If you want to play it, again, it is free to play technically. And if you start liking it, you start putting hours in. You buy a few packs. It helps you. It helps the game stay in circulation. But so thanks to Denise for playing some games. Waking up, coming out of her slumber to play some games. And huge thank you to B Wolf, who really pretty much carried the stream for 4 hours. So well done, sir. And thank you for knocking it out of the park. And I will talk to you all. Oh man, almost landed the plane. I was going to say, well, maybe before then, but at least a week from now. But I will talk to you later.